pandemic, Re-Narrating Inequality and Social Justice. The aim of this event is to explore how democracy and human rights needs to be recontextualized or even redefined as the effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which has become a global problem. More specifically, this conference seeks to address key concepts such as analyzing inequality, social justice, and democracy in times of pandemic in conjunction with ideas emerging from several aspects such as gender and intersectionality, economy of well-being, disability issues, social security, post-colonial issues, transnationalism, multiculturalism, social movement, digital society, environmental crisis, education, social theory, and methodology. Despite such delicate complexities and challenges as the result of this pandemic in various human dimensions, this conference will cover the problem-solving recommendation policy-wise, best practices, and lessons learned, viewed from a few multidisciplinary perspective to deal with the catastrophic event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to start our event today, let's pray for this event to be successful. Pray, start. Pray ends. And for the next agenda, we will sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. And for the next session, we will listen to a remark from the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya, to Dr. Solih Muadi, SHMSI. The time is yours.
Mute, Pak. Masih mute, Pak Dik.
Terima kasih disampaikan pada
Pasnya mute, Pak. Masih mute, Pak Dekan.
Oke. Bisa didengar suara saya?
Bisa, Pak.
Bisa ya?
Bisa Pak, bisa.
Oke, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Saya sapa dulu, terima kasih kepada Ibu Ida Ruwaida dari Universitas Indonesia. Selamat datang. Dan juga good afternoon, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your join the second APSSI International Conference 2021. Appreciate your effort to gather virtually. We have all experience and unprecedented situation with the global COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic, a virus not visible to the naked eyes, has put the world on pause. It has put into question how and where to go from here. Everybody in every continent of the world have grappled with the immediate need to overcome this public health crisis, which ironically has transformed it into a multi-dimensional crisis. Sadly, we probably only just have seen the tip of the iceberg of the many shifts this pandemic will trigger in terms of democracy. The socio-economic follows and so much more. To give an illustration, there are widespread analysis to demonstrate how COVID-19 restrictions have contributed to an increased political violence in some nations. It has also given opportunity for autocratic regime to further erode human rights and democratic institutions. From research conducted by UNDP 2021, it's discovered that the pandemic has caused many countries to go backward on hard-won development gains. Poverty has risen and it also influenced political stability in many countries. Countries already facing instability from previous conflict even face hardship when people look to the street to protest lockdown measures. Human rights violence accurate and enforcement of this measure and exacerbates the mismanagement of COVID-19. Data from UNDP 2021 show that the above phenomenon was mirrored by a significant increase in state representation in response to the pandemic. During this crisis, 1% of countries implemented politics and violence human rights. Close to 90% of target country where democratic government is vulnerable and institution often weak, surveillance and democratic standards during 2020, some government used the pandemic as an opportunity to track down on dissent and limit freedom. Based from the above misfortune from the COVID-19 pandemic, I valued the theme of the conference timely and high relevant. I believe that the conference will clearly identify the complexity of the problem as a result from the negative spillover of the pandemic and continuously strive to approach it optimistic scenarios and how to overcome them. The second APSSI International Conference 2021, which is titled The Spectrum of Democracy in Time of Pandemic, Re-Narrating Inequality and Social Justice in Asia, aim to explore how democracy and human rights need to be recognized for or even redefined as the effect of COVID-19 pandemic that has become a global problem. More specifically, this convention seeks to address key questions such as analyzing inequality, social justice and democracy in time of the pandemic in conjunction with ideas emerging from several aspects such as gender and intersectionality, economic of well-being, disability issue, social security, post-colonial issue, transnationalism, multiculturalism, social movement, digital society, environmental crisis, education, social theory, and methodology. Despite such delicate complexities and challenges as the result of this pandemic in various human dimension sphere, this conference will offer problem solving, recognition, policy with best practice, and lesson learned viewed from a multidisciplinary perspective to deal with the catastrophic event. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to especially thank Department of Sosiologi, Universitas Brawijaya, Asosiasi Program Studi Sosiologi Indonesia, APSSI, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRAIN, and Universitas Sumatera Utara, who have worked tirelessly in preparing this conference. Let me finalize with you a successful virtual discussion. I look forward to hearing your innovation insights. I leave no doubt whatsoever that we will have a fruitful discussion at this conference. Thank you semuanya, sukses untuk APSSI dan juga diskusi pada siang hari ini. Thank for you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soli Muadi, for the remark. And next, we will listen to the remark from the head of Asosiasi Program Studi Sosiologi Indonesia to Dr. Ida Ruwaida, MSI. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Suara saya terdengar?
Dengar Bu Ida.
Okay. Okay. The Honorable Rector or the representative of Universitas Brawijaya, the Honorable Rector of the representative of Universitas Sumatera Utara, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya, and also the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Head of Department Study Program of Sociology, FISIPUB, Universitas Brawijaya, and also Universitas Sumatera Utara as a host and co-host of the second APSSI International Conference. And Bapak Ibu, member of APSSI, colleagues, students, and audience who are attending this opening session, and also all of main speaker, moderators, presenter, and participant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, Salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semuanya. First of all, it is really grateful, proud, and little bit in emotion that finally the second APSSI International Conference can be held, even though it has been to be postponed for 1 year because of pandemic. Actually, it should be conducted in 2019 because it is 3 years regular activity. But the initial meeting actually just done around October and November ya, Bu Widaya, 2019. Anyway, thanks to God for the strength and blessing. On behalf on myself and the board of Asosiasi Program Studi Sosiologi Indonesia, APSSI, I should express my deepest appreciation to the committee team, steering committee as well as organizing committee, our colleagues from Sosiologi of Universitas Brawijaya and also Universitas Sumatera Utara, USU, for their hard work, enthusiasm, and passion in preparing, organizing the conference, particularly in the pandemic time. It will become a history, particularly for the APSSI itself. I should inform all of you that this event can be held smoothly because of support and strong commitment from Prof. Firman Nur individually as well as institutionally as a National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. Formerly, Prof. Firman was a head Political Studies Center of LIPI. Thank you, Prof. Firman and team. Our highest appreciation and gratitude to all of parties who have worked collaboratively. It is a salute from us. Basically, the second APSSI International Conference has different format from the first one. We conducted it was 2016, if I'm not mistaken. This time we have two major activities, conference and symposium. UB, Universitas Brawijaya, handles the conference, while Universitas Sumatera Utara is responsible for the symposium. Therefore, once again, we should thanks to the UBI and USU for their institutional support that makes possibility to invite main speaker from different part of the world. As keynote speakers, Prof. Dr. Wat Berenskut from KIT-LV, Ibu Dwi Winarsi PhD from La Rochelle University, France, Prof. Firman, Bapak Prof. Firman Nur, National Research and Innovation Agency, and the last keynote speakers, Prof. Franz Wers from University of Innsbruck, Austria. And then we have a symposium speakers, Prof. Dr. Gerben Nootboom from University of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and then Ibu Dr. Randa Nazrina Zuryani, MA PhD from Udayana University, Universitas Udayana. She also as a representative of APSSI actually. Prof. Dr. John McCarthy from Australian National University, ANU. And the last one is Dr. Alejandro Fontes Raul Wallenbach from the Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, Sweden. It is very honor for having all of you as main speakers. We really appreciate for your support and thank you for willing to share knowledge and experience to us. We also, thanks to moderators, I apologize for not mentioning one by one. We really proud having all of you. Special thanks also need to be conveyed for all of presenters and participants. During today's various topic will be discussed related to the theme of the conference, that is the spectrum of democracy in times of pandemic, re-narrating inequality and social justice in Asia. As we know, the theme has been raised in the context of global pandemic, a situation that all of us not only face and struggle of it, but also become a laboratory for any kind of studies, including sociology. Hopefully, through this conference and symposium, it will become up several critical points on the issue of inequality and social justice as a part of pandemic impact. APSSI as academic community will discuss it more deeply through a reflective workshop that will focusing on the theoretical and methodological issue. At least APSSI able to have significant contribution to the discourse, both at the level of knowledge and also policy implication. Thanks to Mr. Nofri, Bapak Nofri Susan, PhD, for your willingness to organize the reflective workshop. Yeah, it will be conducted 2 weeks after this conference. Finally, I wish all of us enjoy the conference, have a productive and contributive discussion. Even though it is done virtually, I believe it will not reduce the enthusiasm in sharing ideas and knowledge. Greeting of solidarity, salam solidaritas. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Salam.
Waalaikumsalam
Sejahtera.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you so much for Dr. Ida for the remark. And we are now continuing our session to the next agenda. That is to hear the keynote speech, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ward Bernschoot from KITLV, or the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, and Ms. Dwi Winarsi, PhD from La Rochelle University. Professor Berenschoot will talk about the informality trap, democracy against governance in Indonesia, and Ms. Dwi Winarsi will talk about reshaping informal market institution in digital era, middlemen in Java agricultural market. Both of the speech will be moderated by Wawan Sobari, PhD from Universitas Brawijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ward Berenschoot, Ms. Dwi Winarsi, and Mr. Wawan Sobari.
Okay. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, for delivering this very momentous conference, especially in Brawijaya University, especially in the Department of Sosiologi and FISIPUB Universitas Brawijaya, as well as FISIPUB Universitas Sumatera Utara. And then also, this is in Bahasa, we call it as the gawe besar, yeah, the big, hajatan besar, yeah, of APSSI or APSSI. Even though I am not a sociologist, I am a political scientist because I came from the Department of Political Science as well as the Master of Social Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Today this theme is very me or saya banget in bahasa, yeah, because my PhD thesis talk about informality in local elections. Yeah, I complete my PhD in the Department of Politics and Public Policy at Flinders University of South Australia, with PhD thesis focused on local election. Yeah, with the research focused on especially how the incumbent can survive and well during the pilkada, in the second pilkada. And my study result is that informality is very powerful in deciding, in determining the incumbent can survive or fail during the pilkada. How to maintain informality is very important. And today we have two speakers, yeah, especially from Professor Ward Berenschoot, who maybe all Indonesians, especially who study on democracy, clientelism, and informality, has known his publications, especially with Professor Aspinal Asfing, as far as I know. His last book is about democracy for sale in Indonesia, yeah, to talk about money politics practices in Indonesia. And then also many other research, of course, about informality and clientelism. Hopefully, Professor Ward Berenschoot is joining in this. I mean, has already joined. I don't know, because during the what during this opening sessions. I tried to find him, but I cannot find him. I don't know. Is Professor Branscott has joined the forum? Oh,
Not yet, Auntie.
not yet. I think. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I would like to ask to the committee. Can I change the position, because I see Ibu Dwi Winarsi. I call it Ibu Dr. Dwi Winarsi because I think the name is very Indonesian, yeah, like me, very Sundanese, yeah. So I would like to ask for permissions to the committee. Can I and also of course to Ibu Dwi Winarsi, yeah. Can I change the position of the presentation? The first presentation, I would like to give the forum to Ibu Dwi Winarsi. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure, Pak Wawan, just go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, hello Ibu Dwi Winarsi. How are you?
Halo, apa kabar? Baik.
Baik
I'm
saja.
fine, thank you.
Thank
Baik.
you. Okay, are you in Indonesia today or in France?
In France.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, and then I think this is not only Professor Berescott, but also Ibu Dwi Winarsi. His paper and then his presentations title is very challenging. Yeah, about to see informality in terms of economic, especially during the pandemic, and then how can we also see the practice of informality in, I don't know, maybe in economy, it is new institutional economy, yeah. Yeah, and Ibu Dwi Winarsi, Ibu Dr. Dwi Winarsi is a lecturer in La Rochelle. I don't know what if I spelling is not good and not right. I
It's okay.
apologize.
La Rochelle.
La Rochelle University. When I tried to search, the university is it is the newest university, a public university in France. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was founded in 1993. It is the first time I also joined undergraduate studies in the best university in the world, Universitas Pajajaran. Yeah, universitas paling apik di dunia, we call it, ya, Unpad. So yeah, Ibu Dwi Winarsi, when I also search her CV, you can see he taught several lectures, yeah, in the university, especially related about Indonesians. And what very interesting for me is when she mentioned about applied Indonesians. I don't know what kind of lecture that, yeah. But I think this is very important, of course, yeah, because maybe we can also do the same, yeah, applied French if I teach French in Indonesia. Okay, Ibu Dwi Winarsi will present her papers about with the title "Receiving Informal Market Institution in Digital Era: Middlemen in Java Agricultural Market." Yeah, and I think you have 25 to 30 minutes from now, and I think you can also you can present your presentations, and then you can also yeah, I mean that 25 minutes to 30 minutes is full of your presentations. Please, Ibu Dwi Winarsi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Wawan Sobari. Yes, Indonesian affiliate languages, in fact, is the multidisciplinary studies of it. So there's many multidisciplinary lecturer in this in my section in economy, in international affairs, etc. It's okay. Okay, maybe I will share my presentation. Okay. First at all, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference for inviting me here today. And as you can see on the screen, the topic of my presentation today is resetting informal market institution in digital era in the case of middlemen in Java agricultural market. Here, I would like to focus on the question on how an informal market institution, especially in Java, who has a very strong social and cultural characteristic, interact and adapt with several types of market intervention, such as the government and technology intervention, and especially on the question on how the Indonesian government intervention in the name of democracy during the topic of this conference intend to restructure this informal market institution. So for starting my presentation, let me first give you a brief overview of my previous research that I have conducted about 10 years ago, which I found that is still very relevant to framing the topic that I want to talk to you about today. My research was studying the Indonesian government reform in agricultural markets by establishing a centralized alternative market institution Indonesia, where faced with the traders in competitive auction, make the market with in the region or provinces in Indonesia, as you can see in this map of Indonesia. As my case study. This for several reasons. The first is the importance of the agricultural sector for the region, and as well as the ICAM of the Central Java province is one of the first of 5 ICAMs to be established since 2003. So, this program, the program of ICANN, was launched at the beginning of the Reformation period, which prioritized democratization in all fields and levels, and government any rhythm came up in terms of transparent and efficiency environment, and also for defending the rights of the oppressed or exploited groups as a small scale farmers, particularly in the agriculture. The spirit is interpreted by supply chain, enabling a shorter channel of reform who introduced the concept in agricultural supply chain. And the rationale of this policy is represented in this diagram. In the left side, the box on the left side represents the situation of the structure of the agricultural market in Indonesia. Here we divide into three areas: economic, production, intermediary levels, and the consumption. And we can see here that there is the presence of the intermediary agent in all levels of the market. And this leads to the situation of a market of a high cost by multi-layer of intermediate practices. And as the result, farmer producer receive only a small share of the price of the product or commodities. And considering this situation, the government seeks to manage the market in dominated all market structure, realizing the agent transaction. This policy is conducted by establishing centralized market. In this two centralized market institutions in infrastructure on at the procedural areas, namely subterminal agribusiness and terminal agribusiness. These two marketing infrastructure is intended to facilitate the post-harvest activities such as packaging, sorting, trading, storing, transportation, and at the end, marketing the produce. All are services that are generally by the middleman. And by providing the farmer with this all hidden function, government is share. So in this market infrastructure, the auction market and the auction mechanism was conducted. The middlemen or the traders were expected attending to this market infrastructure, the auction market, and facing with other traders, other middlemen. Then the price is determined by a competitive bidding. So here is clearly shown that the main objective of establishing ICANN was for formalizing the relation occur in the intermediary market. And this new institutions also provided by the application of information technology that is conducted by developing a web-based system as a market information services, which is equipped by a low-cost management information system based on mobile technology to increase the accessibility of information by all participants. And in the case of the Central Java market auction, the government regional of Central Java as in collaboration with the largest operator in Indonesia, Indosat, to develop this integrated auction system with mobile phone technology. So all market players can access any information about this auction market everywhere through one certain sort numbers of SMS. After having worked for some years, this system, this new system information was working poorly because of the data disintegration in local area and the standard system of the Minister of Market Information System, and also the network developed by the market organizer in the region. My research then focused on two policy questions. Develop be an alternative market institution regarding the characteristics of Indonesian agriculture market. And the second one was focused on the auction theory to explain the transaction mechanism adopted in ICAM. That as I have explained before, the novelty of this new market institution is the using of action mechanism for the price formation. And my research structure elaboration was based on an auction mechanism adopted in the market, because I have conducted my research under some economic theory in conducted my research in some theory in and applied based on the auction theory. Mind to study this type of market. The first one is the information available to participants, and then the set of participants in this market, the seller and potential buyers, and the auction format that best suited to the first of two variables. Theoretical perspective, my research in the context of ICANN has been based on three studies of market info under asymmetric information, which is a characteristic between farmers and middlemen. That's this is a situation that leads to an equal bargaining position between these two market agents. This the problem of bargaining position is a major problem that to be solved through an auction mechanism. So in this slide, I present you the results of the observation. So I can conclude all of the research of my research here. And despite the government willingness to provide a competitive market in adopting a competitive bidding by auction as the price mechanism that encourage competition among the middlemen, and so result market procedure. And my observation shows that the market is not well organized. This poorly functioning of the market caused by lack of attention to detail in the design of the market, which is through the important element of strategy advantage for organizing the market. It includes the location of the market, scheduling, market season, membership management, and as the essential element, the adapted price mechanism or option. Especially from the choice for action as price mechanism, it appears that there was no theoretical framework for justifying the choice. So this market did not serve yet as an attracting competitive alternative. The market failure of this type of government intervention mainly due to its practical implementation. In fact, this new market institution on the program of ICANN or the project of ICANN was not the first model of government policy to intervene in the market at the intermediary level. And if we compare ICANN with the previous intervention policy, I found that there's one thing in common between the models. It were developed based on the government conviction on the inefficient intermediary market. Under this rationale, middlemen were to blame for harming market efficiency through exploiting the farmer or manipulating market price. So the government perception about the government negative perception about the role of middlemen seem to be different if we compare for several interventions. Maybe we can see prior to the political reform in 1999, the government intervention was characterized by direct state participation in the marketing chains for certain strategic products or commodities. Some examples of the establishment of Bulog as state agent on the marketing rice and sugar, and BPPC on clove, where the government placed an obligation on producers to sell to this state agent. In this approach, government compete with the existing informal marketing institution and acts as a middleman. As the result, it has failed to produce the expected results for improving the farmer sales. Many reasons explain the failures, as you can see in the number of studies that has conducted under this topic. The first many reasons, the reason to explain the failures of this kind of intervention. The first, the official agency were politicized and controlled by personal interest, monopoly and monotony practices leading to decreasing price at the farm gate level and increasing price in the destination market. Thus, rather than exploited by middlemen, in this case, farmers were more exploited by the government agencies. And the second reason is the government made a wrong assumption relating to the inefficient traditional distribution channel. Considering the market situation with the lack of capital and lack on market information, the role of middleman is important for coordinating markets and at the same time providing an efficient market function for the farmers. Thus, there were no reasons to assume that traditional channel not efficient. And the last reason is related to the cultural engagedness on the exchange relationship. The strong social linkages between farmer and middlemen create a long-term business relationship. As the result, farmer-producer loss of confidence in the formal structure of the state and still prefers the informal mechanism. This fact has been well studied by several researchers, and I also confirmed it with the results of my interviews with my farmer producers. In contrast, the intervention approach used by government has changed in the case of ICAM. As market reform strategy, the government facilitated pricing in a centralized market institution. In this model, the Indonesian government seems having learned from the failures of previous state intervention. The government provides an alternative market instead of penetrating directly within the channel. This alternative market provides a competitive market in adopting competitive bidding or an auction as the price mechanism. By establishing this ICAM that I have said, government expected to encourage the competition among the middlemen that results fair prices for farmers. The question is then whether the actual middleman market is not competitive. And my field observation indicates, however, that the competition among middlemen is quite high despite the individual transaction practices. The outcome of bad types of government intervention so as how the government conception of an inefficient market due to middleman practices is not relevant to the it did not represent it in the real market problem. So besides that, the formal structure provided by the government to compete with the informal practices of the market agents is still not an option for small producers. This this assumption is confirmed by my study on the farmer willingness to participate in this kind of formal market institution, and as the result, I can conclude by this slide. There is two main variables which determine the farmer decision to participate in a formal market institution. Even though the sample farmers and the small-scale farmers who are most likely to practice the subsistence mode of production, that does not necessarily mean that they are not rational in terms of responding to the market opportunities. Farmers are creative, rational people who are capable of calculating profit and loss, and if they have the opportunities, they want to have access to the market. One simple explanation of their unwillingness to adopt an organization or institution is due to the fact that they are insufficiently informed about consequences of their action or the institution in which they would be involved with. And as you can see here, another variable that determines the willingness to participate is the means of production of farmer, especially in landholding. It can obviously be explained by the size of their business and the fact that they would take into account any offer that would make their business more effective. A rational farmer will only participate in mechanisms in which it does not incur any additional costs, such as transportation costs to this market, etc. And an additional explication relating to resistant behavior can be obtained from the perspective on habit and fast that is referred by Jackson, which have been assessed using the theory and reasoning of Edwin and Wispin. This theory mentioned the perceived usefulness of a new mechanism, including relative advantage, complexity, compatibility, application, and risk that may influence an agent decision. Since farming is associated with tradition and networks, farmer will always then be
2 minutes left.
how many?
2 minutes left.
2 minutes left.
Yeah.
Since farmers is associated, okay, thank you. Since farming is associated with tradition network, farmers will always tend to resist any new system which will expose them to any degree of uncertainty. Okay, I will skip some slide here, but is this just for showing you, despite the all experience of the market failures, the government seems to have taken lessons and reproduced some form of intervention. So I will go to the second question of the second type of intervention in especially on the question on how the technology intervention that triggered by the current acceleration of digital transformation has an impact of the existing intermediary practices. So as you can hear, especially in this after as the phenomena of the post-pandemic, with the development of with the accelerated digital transformation, with this phenomena, we can also observe the emergence of the new type of network-based entities, new market agents, and in the agricultural sector, this newly established business, as known by the term as the startup agritech, has emerged in this new economy based on the technology information. And according to the Indonesian Agritech report on 2020, the agritech startup in Indonesia can be grouped into 4 broad categories, but most of them focus on e-commerce as their main activity and source revenue. So the emergence of this new types of intermediary agent is one of the effects of the change in the market environment triggered by digital technology. As you can see here, there's many applications on web-based who propose the some services that ensured by middlemen, physical middlemen. And as the market has evaluated and the market has a chance, as our market today is dominated by on-demand economic, this new type of middleman has also adapt in this new market situation, a new market of environment. And this here, the new market environment determined by development of information infrastructure has led to many predict that one effect of the electronic market will be the bypassing of intermediaries. Bypassing of the intermediaries in the physical market. This process known by the term of disintermediation, the ability of the electronic network to reduce transaction costs is the theoretical cause of this trend of disintermediation. So this new market agent who act as the intermediary agent with has used the argument that by developing services based on information technology, they can reduce or eliminate the intermediaries, physical intermediaries to maximize the profit for procedure. One fundamental question, therefore, is what to extent the producer organization will take advantage of direct electronic links with customer, and whether in this process intermediaries practices will be eliminated from the value chain, or the new form of digital intermediary only represent the new need that electronic commerce imposes on producer and consumer. Just, I want to.
Time is out.
It's time out. Okay, I just want to listen you in the last slide here. Has this phenomena has structure in the market? Maybe we can take a look on the theory of intermediation, disintermediation, and re-intermediation cycle. I just talk it rapidly. There's but because many of the internet and moderators provide completely the same service as the physical intermediary. So, but we can see the trend in the market. The traditional players can actually take on competition with this new kind of intermediaries by taking advantage from the financial resources in the knowledge of the sector and this experience in marketing. They can just take a strategy of omni-channel to link it to the digital intermediate players, so they can stay in the market. So for the last point of our presentation, as the government argument for eliminating the middleman is a contextual for the today's market situation. As you know, this activity is economies between producer and consumer is we can eliminate the middleman. In addition, the many sociologists and anthropologists studies have long recognized that this economic activities is embedded in social structure, existing social relations that influence pattern of economic change. So to conclude my presentation, until today, unfortunately, Indonesian political policies seems remain to ignore the main aspect of the role of middlemen. The government is more concerned for removing or restructuring this market institution. But the theoretical and the practical fact show us that the intermediary practices cannot be eliminated in the market. But Bapak Ansubari, I think I have finished my presentation, and maybe I will just answer, see if there's any question or remark or comment for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dwi Winarsi.
Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is a very interesting presentations about how to see the transformations of middlemen, yeah, in during non-digital era to the digital era, and so the role of government here, yeah. The second presentation, I think, Alhamdulillah, thanks to God, that Professor Ward Scott has arrived in the forum. Hello, Professor Ward.
Hello, selamat pagi, good morning, at least here in Holland, good morning, good afternoon there.
Yeah, good afternoon in Indonesia, Professor Ward. Okay, apologize for turn your position to the second presentations because
I was late.
Yeah,
I was late.
no worries, no worries. Because the show must go on, and I would like to first introduce, and then I think not long introduction because Professor Ward Scott is, yeah, especially for me among political scientists, is quite, yeah, very famous, yeah, with his, of course, with his works, yeah, with his works, and the last book, which is a very phenomenal book, research about money politics practice in elections, yeah, democracy for sale, and it is also the book is also translated into Indonesians, I think. And then also Professor Ward Scott is not only a scientist, he is actually the comparative political anthropological scientist, but he is also an activist. Yeah, if I see from his CV, he is also active in advocating palm oil as well as how to giving aid to Indonesians. Yeah, especially advocacy in Indonesia. Professor Ward Scott will present about the informality trap, or the I call it in my PhD thesis, it is as informal politics. Yeah, and it is quite similar. Yeah, that how the role of the beyond the formal rules or the formal practices, indeed, informality or practices in neo-institutionalism drive Indonesian's democracy, Indonesian politics, Indonesian local politics, even Indonesian village politics. Yeah, yeah. And then Professor Ward Scott will present it. I will not reduce your time. 30 minutes from now, and the time is yours.
Thank you, Pa Wawan. Nice to meet you here, and thank you to all the organizers for doing me the honor of inviting me to speak here. As somebody who, because of Corona, I've been kind of forced to stay in the Netherlands, I'm very happy to be able to meet you here now and to have this chance to meet students from Universitas Brawijaya and staff and even some old friends. So and nice to meet Ibu Dwi also here. So thank you for giving me also this occasion. Indeed, as Pa Wawan already said, I'm a political anthropologist. I spent the last 10 years following election campaigns in Indonesia, and particularly in 2013 and 2014, I traveled between Lampung, Central Kalimantan, and Tangerang to immerse myself in election campaigns there for district head and parliaments and president. And as Pa Wawan already mentioned, this experience led to a book I wrote together with Professor Edward Aspinall, Democracy for Sale. And today I want to reflect a little bit on this experience and discuss one conclusion of the research that I did not fully reach or formulate in that book yet, which is a bit of a stark one, also meant for you to, well, maybe to disagree or to discuss with me. And that conclusion is that democracy as it's practiced currently today in Indonesia has not been very conducive to good governance. Democracy has not been conducive to building a better government. It has not been conducive to tackling corruption, nor to strengthening the rule of law, and nor is democracy at present very conducive to fostering equality and social justice. In fact, you could argue that Indonesian democracy is even facilitating environmental destruction, such as deforestation, pollution and flooding. And what's more, and why this is an important issue, that this tendency of democracy to undermine governance is not due to the selfishness or silliness or lack of skills of politicians, even if there's also some of that. No, the issue is here that the key ingredient of democracy, elections, that is undermining the quality of governance. And to be clear what I mean with governance here, I mean it simply in a very narrow term is the capacity of the state to implement rules and regulations. Whatever the rules or regulations will be, we're talking here about that governance is undermining the capacity of the state to implement the rules and regulations that it's set. Now, with such an argument and my concerns about democracy, just to make clear that this is not a lecture promoting authoritarianism, and this is also not a lecture about nostalgia about Suharto's New Order. Rather, I think democracy as a system of government is still the best guarantee of our personal welfare and freedom and justice. But it's precisely because we like democracy and we prefer democracy over other systems of government, we need to think about the downsides. We need to think about the disadvantages that elections bring, and we need to find ways to minimize these advantages. And that is the goal of my lecture here today. And Pak Wawan, please keep me on time. So you don't have to follow Indonesian news very carefully to see that there are very regular news items about politicians getting involved in corruption cases. And you will be well aware that the issues that will reach the newspaper are likely the top of the iceberg, because those are the ones that happen to get caught. So this observation raises the question, what is it about Indonesian democracy that all these politicians violate the law you might say steal money from the state? Are they so greedy, or is there something else going on? Another indication that there's a problem with governance related to democracy comes when we look at governance indicators. You know, there are these statisticians that collect indicators of the capacity of states to implement its rules and regulations. And here you have 3 of those. And this is put together by something called the World Governance Indicators. They do that for all countries. And here you see a basic conclusion that it's not improving. It's not going down either, but the regulatory capacity of the state, rule of law, is basically stagnant. And when it comes to control of corruption, it seemed to be on an upward trend, but recent years seem to have reversed that trend, and we are now back at levels of corruption that we were at 2007. And this goes against the face of theory. A common way of defending democracy is through what is called the principal-agent model. And the idea is here that you get good governance by empowering the principal. That means us, citizens or voters. You give them power because of elections that are open, and you inform the voters so that they can then hold their politicians and government, which are their agents, accountable. If they don't work well, you vote them out, they are punished. If they work well, they get rewarded with votes. So the idea is, and that's why democracy is supposed to strengthen governance, that it strengthens the principles to control their agents. So it strengthens citizens to control the government. And this is a common way of thinking that you can see in many reports, but also very many initiatives of donor organizations or governments to strengthen civil society, to promote transparency, to strengthen democratic accountability. But somehow there are reasons that there's something wrong with this model. And I want to talk about that and propose an alternative model. Just to get us started as an illustration for this, let me take you to one election campaign where I happened to be visiting. This was in 2015 by a contest at that time between Sugianto Sabran on the one hand and Willy Joseph on the other, which in the end was won by Sugianto Sabran. He's still governor of Central Kalimantan. Why I was interested at that time in the campaign was that this happened at the time when there was this major forest haze enveloping the whole of Indonesia, but particularly Central Kalimantan. You might remember that there were all these forest fires. And the issue here was that, of course, politicians blamed farmers, individual farmers, for setting forest on fire. But on the ground, people knew that these were practices that they were doing for centuries, and it never caused this kind of haze. And people were saying this must have something to do with the fact that palm oil companies are draining peatlands, making it dry, so that it more easily catches fire. At the same time, these elections were taking place at the period when there were a lot of land conflicts between rural communities and also palm oil companies. And that was a topic I was working on. So I was interested to see whether these two problems, the forest fires and the land conflicts, were part of the election campaigns, and what kind of solutions did the politicians propose. I end up finding that it was not at all a topic of the election campaign. There was no real discussion of solving the forest fires, apart from providing immediate aid and helping with the healthcare of the people who got sick. But no solution of how to prevent it in the future, nor was land conflicts a prominent issue in the campaigns. Instead, it was a lot about individual identities, about Dayaks, about Javanese people, about honoring the tradition of the people and being pro-rakyat, but more of a symbolic kind of campaign, and a lot of vote buying, serangan fajar, which, as my colleague Burhan Muhtadi showed using survey research, it's a practice that has become very common, and it seems increasingly common in Indonesia, that voters increasingly also expect candidates to hand out money. And during this campaign, particular campaign in Central Kalimantan, this arose to about 200,000 rupiahs per kakak, per family, which in the total province amounted to quite a lot of money. And you see here, this is again Burhan Muhtadi's research, that Indonesia ranks among the countries in the world where vote buying seems to be the most common practice, very common. Now, why is that relevant, and how does that relate to my earlier problem about this principal agent thing? The problem with the principal agent model is that it assumes that there are principals, voters like us, that want and that can hold politicians accountable if they have the power. The problem is, in a context in which elections like those in Central Kalimantan took place, there are no such principles that will reward politicians for their good policies and their policy making. Instead, a lot of these voters are embedded in personal exchange relationships, in informal connections between them and local leaders, but also them and politicians, that turn these elections more into an election in honoring these personal relationships and these personal commitments. In that light, it's very difficult to focus on policies. Rather, you focus on what your personal relations and obligations tells you, including, as one element of this, whether you got money from a candidate or not. It creates a certain obligations that you have to honor. Now, the principal agent model way to think about this would be to say, oh, these voters, they just need to be educated. They don't know enough. We need more voter education, and then they will think more smarter about their candidates. I want to disagree with that and propose a little bit of a different approach. And that is to describe this kind of voting behavior more in terms of a self-reinforcing mechanism that Indonesia's democracy finds itself in. A self-reinforcing mechanism that I'm calling the informality trap. I'll tell you later why I'm calling it a trap. And that is that in order to arrange things in daily life and to solve problems, citizens and voters need to engage in personal, informal exchange relationships, in exchanges of favors that create hutang budi with somebody. If you get money from somebody, if you get money from a candidate, in honoring the kind of obligations that come with it. But also if you stand in relation to an influential, say, village head or other leaders, that you feel there's a reason to honor that relationship and maybe follow his or her voting advice. So that voting also becomes an expression of your personal network in which you are embedded, which means, and then we get to this circle, that the voting is really premised not on policy considerations, but on the personal benefits that you get and the personal relations that you're embedded in, which means that politicians, if they win elections, yes, they will talk about visi dan misi, but equally, at least equally important, is to engage in these exchanges of favors, which is in political science literature often described as clientelism. So that you offer personal favors to voters, such as money, but also say you offer to improve the street lighting or and as a result of this, and this is why we're calling it a trap, if we continue with the circle, the behavior of politicians that all this vote buying costs money and they need to recover money through skimming, through all this kind of nakal-nakalan playing that we see in the newspapers of politicians getting involved in corruption cases. This is, and we have to acknowledge this is not just silly politicians and being greedy and selfish, although some of it is there. It's also simply they're forced to do this because they're spending so much money on election campaigns and they incur debts that they have to recover this by playing with government contracts. Same time, when we're not talking about money, also they have to direct government contracts to supporters. They have to give certain villages certain favors if they voted for them. All these kind of practices undermine the capacity of the state to implement rules and regulations so you get a very, what I would call an informalized state institutions directed by personal and informal connections. The result is that citizens see that and they feel, oh, if I want to deal with this situation, I need to cultivate my own personal networks and connections. And I need to make sure I'm in good books with the chamat, with the village head, with politicians, etc., which creates a situation where voters do not focus on visi dan misi and policies, but rather on personal benefits. That is why I'm calling this an informality trap. This is a self-reinforcing mechanism, and that no one is really to blame. This is a thing that creates incentives for everybody to behave as they do, which is why you could also call this, sorry for a lot of text here, you can call this a collective action problem. It means that individually, we all would like to behave differently. We would like to focus on policy. Bureaucrats would like to implement policies as written down. Politicians often do not want to engage in vote buying, or they do not want to use clientelistic strategies. But all of us know that if we would do, there are risks. We will lose the elections. We will be non-job can if we are a civil servant. And if we are a voter, we risk losing influential connections, which we need. This is a collective action problem that you would want the system to change, but you have individual incentives to keep the system as it is. So that's why I'm proposing this circle as a way to think about informality, not as some sort of lack of education or some sort of cultural problem, but rather see it as a systemic issue that keeps reinforcing itself, and that we have to think about how to deal with it. And one reason to deal with it particularly is that this informality trap also has a business dimension to it, which is just as important and perhaps much more damaging. I could give you many illustrations, but at just one illustration, I'm using a report from the Gecko project that just came out last week. I put the link there in left corner, where investigative researchers very impressively managed to trace these forest estate projects set up by the Ministry of Defense. Already kind of funny that the Ministry of Defense get into forest estates programs to boost food production. But these researchers found that these the contracts for the food estate went to a company that was very new and set up by Gerindra politicians that were not, into food production before, but what they had was political connections, and that allowed them to get the licenses and the permits to start forest estate zones in Central Kalimantan and Papua. What I'm illustrating here is basically with this report, and I encourage you to read it, is that this informality trap has a business dimension. That, like citizens, businesses also feel that in order to protect their interests, they need to cultivate personal connections with political actors and with bureaucrats. So that, and it's the top right corner here, these connections give them business opportunities. In that circle, politicians realize that in order to win elections, they need all this campaign budget so high because of clientelism, that they need to honor these demands and requests from politicians, because that will give them their campaign budget. So a scheme like we just saw exposed by the Gecko project will not just give an income to these particular Gerindra politicians, but also helps to fund the election campaigns in the future, which is another example of how then politicians undermine rules and regulations of the state. In this particular example, how these licenses were awarded without proper procedure and very quickly. But just as prominent examples you could find if you would look at how palm oil companies, some of them, not all, but some well-connected palm oil companies might get their licenses in peatland areas where they're not allowed to, or they're already allowed to produce without having proper licenses, etc. And the same for mining, same for many industries. The point here being that political connections allow businesses to circumvent rules and regulations, and that this practice is associated with the cost of election campaigns, because this forces politicians to honor the wishes and demands of business actors. But also that we should not just blame businesses for such practice, that they, in a system where licenses are and permits are awarded in a highly informalized manner and that personal connections really matter, they have to cultivate political connections. If they don't, they'll hurt their business interests. So again, I hope you see the self-reinforcing mechanism that each of the actors, they might not like this system, they would like to get away from it, but individually that's very difficult, because you hurt your business interests, you hurt your re-election chances as politicians, and again, as bureaucrat, you would be the non-job can, or you would be moved somewhere else. Better to obey the wishes of politicians. So now for the more optimistic part, because if this is these are my reasons why democracy is currently hurting governance, that functioning of that informality trap. Now, what would be our response if I convince you that this is indeed the problem? We could say, and that's the first response, to say, look, just give it time. Democracy will work, voters will vote the bad guys out, and will discipline people, and it will get better. I used to be of that persuasion, but then I realized that there's a risk, and you see this throughout the world, because Indonesia is not the only country suffering from the informality trap. You see this in many countries, that voters and politicians are getting a bit tired of this trap, and they prefer strong, slightly authoritarian leaders who promise to deal with the disorder, like Duterte, like Bolsonaro, and to a certain extent, say, Modi in India. And you could see this tendency in Indonesia as well. You might have seen many articles coming out that feel that the quality of democracy in Indonesia is declining. And one reason for that, I have a feeling, is that there's particularly this concern about the corruption and the weak governance generated by democracy. And I think this is the wrong way to go, to undermine democracy. Rather, we should defend democracy by engaging in smarter electoral reforms, and that's the third point here, that can particularly reduce the high cost of election campaigns and can help Indonesian democracy move out of that informality trap. I don't want to take too much time, but it's important. The basic point here is we need to think about why are election campaigns so expensive? What are the sources of the costs? What is making these elections so expensive? And I'm just highlighting 4 issues here: the Maharpolitik, the setting up of the Team Success, the vote buying, obviously, but also the TPS saksi, the voting booth witnesses. And to see that these costs are not all come from nature or that they are unavoidable. No, these high costs are very much related to the nature of Indonesia's electoral system. And that this allows also for an entry point, for a door that we could look at and then solve these high costs by thinking smart, mentioning a few of these solutions. I've been arguing elsewhere that I think instances like Bawaslu could be much stricter in monitoring vote buying and punishing people for engaging in the practice, but also the actual election system itself. E-voting might help, closed party lists is a complicated discussion, but it's something to think about. And an idea that I've been promoting because I think it would help reduce the cost, but it's just one idea, would be to integrate Pilkada and Pileg, so the district head elections and the district parliament elections, by having as a rule that the candidate that has urut nomor 1, so the first on the list, would automatically become district head, so that the elections for parliament become an elections for district head, a bit of a parliamentary system. The idea here would be that you reduce the cost of election because you have only one election, but also that you strengthen campaigns based on party banners, and that by that you can create the opportunity for voters to vote for visi dan misi and ideas of the party rather than the favors handed out. But this is just one idea. My main point is not to push this idea, but rather to say, look, politicians in Indonesia, including Pak Wawan and others, they have ideas on this. And it would be so great to bring together a committee to collect and harvest these ideas and to propose them to Parliament to really reduce the high cost of election campaigns that are currently really plaguing Indonesia. And that's democracy is currently doing damage apart from good. And I think that is not necessary, and it's something that we could do something about by thinking smartly about this informality trap, acknowledging that it's there, and think about ways how to get out of it. And then one key way, I think, would be to reduce the cost of election through electoral reform, to changing the electoral system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Ward Brenscott. I think it is like the first presentation from Ibu Dwi Winarsi that addressed the same issues: informality in politics and then informality in in business, especially in agricultural markets. We still have about 18 minutes, yeah, and there is one participant who raised her hand, Ibu Umi Retnaningsih. Please, the time is yours. You can ask to both speakers, or you can also address your question to one of the speakers. The time is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the time. I'm gonna I have a question to the second one. It's really interesting about clientelism in Indonesia, because when I live in the US, it's gonna really different that, you know, the constituent know really well who they're gonna choose. It's different here because of the money politics. And it's gonna be really bad for our democracy because they don't know how to choose the right person from the right place. And what do you think is the best solution for our country? Because we have already many regulations to prevent the corruption or clientelism, something like that.
Shall I respond straight?
Yeah. You can.
Hi.
Take over.
Okay, hi, Ibu Umi, and thank you for the question. Indeed, maybe there are two elements to your question that are interesting. One is the point that you say about people don't know their candidate, and there it's important to emphasize that Indonesia has chosen to go the path of candidate-centered election campaigns. That people vote for candidates in Indonesia, for persons, individuals, largely, particularly for district head and president, but even for parliaments, candidates campaign for themselves often. This is not, in many democracies, not like that. In many democracies, it's a party-centered elections, so that people vote for the party, and then they don't really know all the candidates on the list. But rather they know what the party stands for, and they like the ideas of what the party stands for. And my view, and I would very much acknowledge perhaps personal preference coming from a country with a party-centered elections, but it has advantage to have a party-centered system. Because you stimulate voters to think about idea or the personality of a person you don't really know. You don't need to know that person. You need to rather know the platform of the party. But that's just one element of it. The second element of your question, I also like to address it, like what can we do about it? And one thing, I think this vote buying that is so common in Indonesia, I think that is a very, that's not easy. I mentioned very briefly on the slide the example, the comparison with India, which also has a problem with vote buying, but they have a Bawaslu there that has been given much more budget and more legal powers. And what they then set up is something they call, very interestingly, flying squads, which are Bawaslu officials going around in cars, not in uniform, just trying to catch politicians handing out money and arresting them doing it, and monitoring these election campaigns so strictly that it becomes much more difficult to actually engage in Serangan Fajar. And the funny thing about it, and that's why this is interesting to think about, is that politicians actually like that, because they now get an excuse not to hand out money to voters. We are in a situation in Indonesia where voters expect to be given something, and that politicians would be seen as pelit or as stingy if they don't. But if you have a very strict Bawaslu monitoring, you give also an excuse to politicians to say, look, this is too dangerous. I really cannot hand you out any money there's such a monitoring over it. I think that's something that is easy to implement and that could be done, and that would really reduce the cost of elections. But this is just one small example of things that could be done. My main point here is that the problem that a democracy like Indonesia faces, or other countries for that matter, is not an unavoidable one, something of nature or of culture or history. It also has to do with implementing rules or regulations that are already there and making sure that they are really monitored and implemented well through giving, for example, Bawaslu more capacities.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ward, for very strike answers. Please, other participants, we still have 12 minutes for the for this keynote speakers session. I would like to invite other participants, or maybe I would like also to, if not,
kalau mau bisa juga berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ward. There is also another participant, Pak Alam. I know Pak Alam is now PhD student in Doctor of Sociology, and he is also a Bawaslu. Yeah, Pak Alam is a Bawaslu. He is the member of one of the commissioner of Bawaslu in Kabupaten Malang. Please, Pak Alam.
Okay, thank you, Pak Wawan, and thank you, Sir Ward Barnsov. I have a question about one of the conclusions that you elaborate about the strengthening the role of Bawaslu. That as long as I know that in the world there are only several countries that having the such Bawaslu institution in their election management, only 2 or 3 countries. What I mean about Bawaslu is elected or state supervision body. Usually the supervision or the monitoring of the election is conducted by the civil society, but it is different with Indonesia and only 2 or 3 countries all over the world. What I would like to say is it really the Bawaslu that really can solve of the problem like vote buying? Because as long as I experience, Bawaslu's role is already very strong, and or is it about the status or the position of the institution? What I mean is, maybe I can mix with Indonesia. The monitoring of the election is conducted by the election or state elected body, not by the civil society. Is it a problem, or is it okay if the supervision or the monitoring is conducted by the state elected body, not by the civil society? Because some political idea is saying that the best or the good democracy is when the election is monitored or supervised by their own civil society, not by state elected body like Bawaslu we have in Indonesia. Maybe that's my question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pak Alam. Please, Pak Ward.
Thank you, Pak Alam. Very interesting. I would, yes, Indonesia is different in the sense that it has Bawaslu, and not many countries have a separate one. But the difference is not that in other countries the monitoring is done by civil society, but that in other countries the monitoring is done by the election commission itself. So the KPU, if we have here. In Indonesia, you have the job separate. You have the KPU organizing the elections and Bawaslu monitoring. In most countries, it's centralized into one institution, the election commission. So it's not the case that in other countries it's only civil society monitoring violations. It's the state or the election commission doing that too. And there's also a good reason for it, because civil society are not representatives of the state. So if there's a violation, if say there's vote buying, a civil society body cannot act. They cannot arrest somebody. They cannot charge somebody. That has to be a state representative that does it. I think that monitoring of whether politicians follow the rules should always be a job of the state, and that could be organized through a Bawaslu or through the KPU or through the police in some areas. That's all fine. But what is more important is also that an organization like Bawaslu has the legal mandate to do it. And here I want to actually, would be interesting to return the question a bit. What I found in fieldwork is that when say a Bawaslu commissioner or person would find a politician having money, only way that you could charge a politician with vote buying is when it comes with an active expression of please vote for me, an expression of that you expect something in return for the gift. Otherwise, it's just a gift and it cannot be charged with vote buying. So that just a few years ago, we had this case where politicians, his go down or he was in his storage was found a lot of money. I forgot how much it was, but like a lot of money, all packed in envelopes, ready for handing out. He was found. He could not be tried for vote buying, although this was clearly for vote buying. Actually, he was charged with corruption later on. I forgot the name. Because the law in Indonesia does not allow, make it very difficult to charge somebody with vote buying. This is an example what I mean with the problem of the legal mandate that Bawaslu at the present has, compared to, and I'm saying this because I did research in India. In India, it's much easier to arrest people that even if you have the act of giving or you're preparing money for giving, you could already be charged with vote buying.
Okay, I think it is very clear. Prof. Ward just give some options, yeah, to empower Bawaslu. And then the last question, I think I would like.
Hello, thank you very much, Pak Wawan, as a chair. And hello, Ward. Nice to meet you again here.
Hi, Najib. What a nice surprise.
Great. Okay, I would like to use the opportunity to raise some question, actually. First, I'm interested with your proposal, actually, or your idea about the informality trap in order to explain how actually the problem of the cycle of the problem of our democracy and the link with clientelism, which is actually undermine the practice of governance in Indonesia. One of the problem is actually that first I would like to agree that this is the problem of the circle. So the problem is actually in the several level of the problem. So there is a problem of the state and the, let's say, political party at one side, but also there is another problem in the society. I mean, among the citizens, among the citizens themselves, that there is also problem in the society. As you mentioned before, that actually one of the problem is actually about the high cost political system or political mechanism, and that is true. But in a way, that is also caused by another problem in the society, that is actually about the low trust society, low trust among people. One of the indication is actually about the high cost for the witness, for the saksi, because that is sorry, saya kepencet tadi mungkin nggak sadar. Yes, the problem of high cost politics is also linked with the low trust society in such as in the case of saksi. Yeah, the case of saksi, which actually saksi become very important. That one's issue. But I agree also that the problem of the election, institutional action is very important there. Yeah. Because as mentioned, but about the Bawaslu, but also about the KPU themselves, and also another problem is actually about the political party. because one of the reason, I mean, what I know that I put about the use of the open system in the election list is actually to give more power to people and to reduce the power of the political party. Because while the political system applying decentralization, but actually political party is very much centralized, where DPP is very strong. So every decision in each level actually decided by DPP. So this is the problem, is actually very centralized in the hand of the few elite in the DPP. But also another problem is, of course, in the society themselves, which actually we need to empower and to build actually how they treat democracy as a opportunity for them to really actualize and to achieve actually their collective goal in the society. But what we have seen so far is like the circle of the problem, which is we could not see how to start with. So that is maybe some of the question I raised. I'm sorry to Mbak Dwi Winarse. I'm interested with your question, but I think the time is limited. So maybe we have time to catch up outside in another occasion. Okay, I return to Pak Wawan then. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Najib. 2 points: low trust people or low electoral accountability, and then the second one is dysfunctions of political party or centralized political party. Please, Pak Ward.
Yes, thank you, Pak Najib. And I just want to say how nice it's to meet here. We studied together in Amsterdam many years ago, and now we find each other here. That's very, very funny. Yes, interesting questions and good points. I'll try to raise them. And I just want to mention that I think actually this issue about low trust society is a question to Ibu Dwi also, because if I understand, and please correct me here, if I heard her interesting presentation right, the problem of brokers and middlemen in the market system is also generated by this problem of how can you bring your produce to market in a way that you feel trusted by what you get in return. And then one way is to rely on middlemen that addresses the trust problem, or at least that would be a question maybe we could hear from Dwi if that relates to trust. And I think the issue of trust is a good one to raise also in relation to democracy. And I just want to tag on it to say that informality trap is it fits that approach a little bit, because the undermining of state institutions and written that they will be implemented. I need to distrust bureaucrats and authorities because they might not be doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's part of that reinforcing mechanism that feeds into this low trust society. I think rightly to the one of the political parties. And also the way they select candidates, and that there is the disadvantage of the open list system is that it generates vote buying, because the number 10 on the list feels he has a chance, so he tries to outbid the number 1. But Najib is right in pointing out that it is a solution for the DPP just doing a lelang or an auction of the position. So there's no easy solution here for this particular problem. But apart from, and that I think Najib also said that one way out of this informality trap is really thinking about the electoral system and finding ways to make the informality trap less pushy, less demanding on all of us. and including reducing cost of election, but including also, I think, having indeed strong civil society that criticizes elements of this circle and proposes another way is definitely a way out of it. I actually, when I did a study in 2018 on clientelism throughout Indonesia, and finding that clientelism is less strong in areas where the situation for civil society is most conducive. So when you have a more open civil sphere, there are more constraints for politicians to engage in these practices. So indeed, I feel that the solution, but that relates to the character of economy, so it's not always easy to solve. Anyway, that's a long question, but maybe from Ibu Dwi, I would love to hear if indeed trust is an issue with middlemen.
Okay.
Ya, terima kasih.
Yeah, Ibu Dwi, do you want to remark some words to Pak Ward or to Pak Najib? Because the last also to you, because I know it is the time is up, but please, Ibu Dwi, maybe you have some words.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just to relate with the Bapak Ward's presentation about the trust, that in case of the middleman, yes, maybe the skeptical behavior of the market agent in Indonesia to the formal institution is due to their experience in the past by the formal government institution who is not well designed and well implemented, and as there's a lot of people in interest involved in this mechanism. So I do agree with the argument of Pak Walter. So the relationship is the question of trust between the actor in the market. So maybe I just want to attend this argument. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dwi. I think both presentations send a message to us that the war between informality and state capacity now is, I mean, in very tensions, yeah. And thank you for all participants. About 141 participants stay still in these discussions, and I think if we return to the theme of this conference, that we maybe from the presentations of Ibu Dwi and also Prof. Ward, we can get some points that about the democracy in Indonesia. Maybe we have to rethinking about democracy in Indonesia. Yeah, when informality seems to drive the Indonesian democracy work. Or informality driven democracy, or in my thesis I call it as patronage driven democracy. Yeah, and then also in terms like in the agricultural market, we can also see the role of middlemen. Even though now the digital technology can close the farmer to the market, but still, yeah, the government still have less capacity to manage the agricultural auctions or many others agricultural markets. Thank you very much to Ibu Dwi, to Pak Ward Berenscott, and also to the committee. And I would like to apologize if there are some words from me that is not, I mean, it's not appropriate, but I would like to appreciate to all, and then Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you, Bapak.
Terima kasih.
Silahkan MC. Masih mute MC.
lot of interesting ideas, interesting thought. And thank you so much, Mr. Wawan Sobari, for conducting the discussion that we had earlier. And after this discussion, it is time for a short break. In the meantime, we will show you the performance of the Gendis Dance Club of Faculty of Social and Political Science. And they will be performing a traditional Japanese dance called Inkling Dance, which tell the story of the Panjitel, one of Indonesian folklore. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy traditional dance performance by Gendis Dance Club. Yes, and we've already watched one of the traditional dance performed by Gendis Dance Club from Faculty of Social and Political Science. Again, for all participants, I want to remind you all a little key concept for this event. First, all participants must turn on their cameras while the session is in order and turn off your microphone. The microphone can only be turned on if permitted by the host during the session. And for participants who will present your paper, I want you to change your name with the format panel number space full name as the committee writes on the chat column. And we suggested that every participant to use the virtual background that the committee has already provided to you. For those of you who hasn't familiar with APSSI International Conference, let me give you a brief introduction. So APSSI International Conference is a series of international conferences conducted by Asosiasi Program Studi Sosiologi Indonesia. And the theme of this year conference is the spectrum of democracy in time of pandemic, Re-Narrating Inequality and Social Justice in Asia. The aim of this event is to explore how democracy and human rights needs to be recontextualized or even redefined as the effect of COVID-19 pandemic, which has become a global problem. And after this, we will have another interesting discussion, interesting symposium, keynote speech, and also parallel session. So we want you to stay back and relax while we waiting for another session to begin. You can use this time maybe to take a little break just for a short moment. And for those of you who hasn't changed your name in the panel session, to change your name into panel number space your full name. Our warmest welcome to all the invited guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for taking your time from your busy schedule to join us today on the second APSSI International Conference 2021. Me, on behalf of the committees, want to say sorry for a moment because we have a little technical problem. But in the meantime, I want to remind you again about the use of the virtual background that the committee has already provided to you. Maybe some of you who hasn't changed the virtual background can change it now. And also for those of you participants who hasn't turned on your camera, you can turn on your camera while the session is in order, and to turn off your microphone and only turn it on if you are permitted by the host during the session. And me, on the behalf of the committee, want to say thank you very much for you who already joined in this day one of APSSI International Conference. And if you want to know more about the second APSSI International Conference, you can check the website that maybe the committees will write it on the chat room. And also, if you have any difficulties or question regarding the technical, or you have some difficulties, you can ask the help desk in the main room. And also, don't forget to fill the presentation, that the committee has already sent it to the chat room. And again, we are very sorry for the technical issues. It will be in a short moment for you to, for us to continue the event. I am Fia Olivia, and I am very, very, very thank you for all of you who has already patiently waiting for us today.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya Malang menuju fakultas berstandar internasional, membangun sumber daya manusia yang berkompetensi, kepemimpinan global, bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, memiliki disiplin dan etos kerja, sehingga menjadi akademisi dan profesional yang berdaya saing di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya Malang memberikan pelayanan prima kepada stakeholders melalui Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi berbasis kearifan lokal. 13 November 2003, program ilmu sosial mulai berdiri. 2007 berganti nama menjadi FIS, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial. 2009 berganti nama menjadi FISIP. Dengan visi menjadi fakultas unggul berstandar internasional dan berjiwa entrepreneur di bidang sosial politik yang mampu berperan aktif dalam pembangunan bangsa melalui proses pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Semua program studi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik berorientasi membangun perspektif lokal dan Indonesia dengan kurikulum yang dikaji secara berkala. Sosiologi, Ilmu Komunikasi, membangun studi perspektif Asia dan Indonesia. Psikologi, berorientasi pada teknologi dan menghargai identitas nasional. Ilmu Politik, ilmu pemerintahan, hubungan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan internasionalisasi, FISIPUB meningkatkan kompetensi melalui kelas Inggris pada program studi S1 Ilmu Komunikasi dan Hubungan Internasional. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik memiliki 3 program studi magister yang terdiri dari Magister Ilmu Sosial, Magister Ilmu Komunikasi, dan Doktor Sosiologi. Dalam meningkatkan mutu mahasiswa, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya dilengkapi fasilitas pendukung yang memadai, seperti ruang kelas dan auditorium yang representatif, yaitu Auditorium Nuswantara. Laboratorium di masing-masing program studi yang terintegrasi. Untuk mendukung penelitian di bidang ilmu sosial, FISIPUB juga memiliki laboratorium terpadu, Social Data Analytic Laboratorium. Tersedia juga fasilitas rumah sakit, fasilitas ibadah, gedung olahraga, ruang dosen, dan ruang seminar.
Terima kasih.
mahasiswa juga mendapatkan layanan konseling melalui Badan Konseling Mahasiswa FISIPUB. Mahasiswa dapat mengakses ribuan jurnal ilmiah bereputasi internasional. Sebagai kampus inklusi, FISIPUB menjunjung tinggi kesempatan yang sama bagi setiap orang untuk mengakses pendidikan. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan untuk penyandang disabilitas, seperti akses jalan yang mengakomodasi kursi roda, fasilitas toilet, serta lift khusus untuk penyandang disabilitas. Berbagai prestasi nasional dan internasional yang dicapai oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dari proses pembelajaran telah teruji dari prestasi yang diukir mahasiswa. Selain bidang akademik, Fakultas Ilmu
On the behalf of the committee, I want to give our sincere apologies for the technical issues. And now we are ready to continue to the next session. And the next is the symposium session. The first symposium will be delivered by Professor Herben Nootboom from University of Amsterdam. And Professor Nootboom will talk about agrarian change scenario, rural-urban migration, and precarity in modern Indonesia. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Fidyandika Jati Perkasa, PhD, from Center for Strategic and International Studies, Indonesia. We remind you that there will be a reward for best question from the audience, so we encourage you to explore the topic even further, and any question will be greatly appreciated. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Herben Nootboom and Mr. Fidyandika Jati Perkasa, PhD.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues. I welcome you to the first symposium of today on the second APSSI International Conference 2021. We just had a thought-provoking discussion in the previous section, previous session. In this symposium, we will be discussing such an important topic titled Agrarian Change Scenarios, Rural-Urban Migration, and Precarity in Modern Indonesia, that will be presented shortly by our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Herben Nootboom. Before we start the discussion, please allow me to introduce myself, introduce the speaker, and give a brief introduction to the session. My name is Fidyandika Jati Perkasa. I am a senior researcher at the Department of Politics and Social Change at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS Jakarta. And it's my privilege to be your moderator in this first symposium. And our distinguished speaker is Professor Herben Nootboom. Professor Herben is an associate professor at the Department of Anthropology at the University of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and also educational director of the Master Contemporary Asia Studies. Professor Herben has worked on issues on social security, poverty, inequality, rural transformation, social change, ethnic violence, livelihood, migration, child labor, illegality, human adaptation to environment change. Since 2 years ago, the academic discourse has been preoccupied by issues or themes related to COVID-19. That makes clear sense why this conference also took similar path to explore in more depth how COVID-19 has impacted on the multidimensional sphere in human lives. The nature of COVID-19 is both a biosocial. It has a biological element, and at the same time, it also impacts on social lives, whether that be directly or indirectly. I believe that we never could put a time limit until when should we research on COVID-19. The virus mutates dynamically, and so does the impact on the multidimensional sphere of human lives. COVID-19 potentially could enrich the body of knowledge of diverse scientific approach, including sociology, anthropology, and other major fields. For me personally, COVID-19 has exacerbated the already latent or pre-existing condition problems that we are still facing in this country. Mentioning a few of them, such as poverty alleviation, social justice, gender inequality, human rights, corruption, and so forth. We have been struggling to enhance democracy, equality, and resilience. I think the first session discussed in depth about the challenge of to promote the resiliency of democracy in Indonesia. So with COVID-19, it could create setback towards such struggle. Before I pass on the screen to Professor Gerben, I want to pose a metaphysical question. Is the COVID-19 virus infecting lungs of Indonesian democracy? So we all know that the lethal aspect of COVID-19 is destroying our lungs, but also in terms of democracy, we do have certain virus which could potentially destroy our democracy process. For example, authoritarian, injustice, or even corruption. In this session, Professor Gerben will be talking about agrarian change, rural development, rural-urban migration, and precarity. I really enjoyed reading his paper, which he co-authored with my former lecturer, Mas Pandey Made Kutanegara. So the problems we face when we talk about agriculture and rural development is really latent. Agriculture development has ever been the backbone of Indonesian economic growth decades ago. But sadly, the issues partly remain the same for decades, related to low productivity, which could not sustain the people's livelihood, not mentioning yet issues related to land ownership, land grabbing, or even for investment purposes. So despite such rural or agricultural transformation or change, it really intrigued me whether we can consider such transformation as what Professor Gerben argued, whether it's really a transformation of progress or setback, not mentioning yet how COVID-19 impacted on agriculture development. So actually we are faced in a dilemmatic position, whether to be pessimistic or even optimistic in seeing the future or fate of agriculture and rural development in Indonesia. So before we start, I just want to remind the participants that to send their question in the chat box or at the earliest time possible, or even before the presentation is completed. So if something struck on your mind or intrigued you during the presentation, just quickly type in your question in the box, or after the presentation, you can also unmute your mic and speak directly. Now, I would like Professor Gerben to start this presentation for about 30 minutes. Professor Gerben, the screen is yours.
Dear introducer, thank you very much for your nice introduction. Very good. I hope my voice is clear for everybody.
Yes, it's clear.
Thank you. Then I will start. Maybe I should start with some homework for everybody, because the conference has a lot of attention for the impact of COVID-19. This presentation, most of the research for this presentation was actually done before COVID crisis. So the homework is, we all should think, what is the potential impact of COVID on these agrarian change processes I will be discussing in a minute, and how might it affect some of the trends I will be sketching in this presentation. So you're happy to think with me about potential impacts. I'm working with my colleague, Dr. Pandey Made Kutanegara, also on issues of COVID impact. But of course, it's very hard to do fieldwork under these circumstances. So please think with us, and it will be very nice for the discussion also to discuss some of the policy options. I will sketch a few in the end of my presentation. I will start quickly. If my presentation is a bit too quick, I will make the PowerPoint slides available after the meeting, so you can access them through the organizers. I will start with a very early morning view of a village, a Javanese village, but it could have been Sumatra or somewhere else. If you are early in the morning at a village road, you see only people moving out. All kinds of people, mostly men, sometimes women, but also children who go to school. And this is, I think, very typical for Javanese villages today. There's a lot of mobility out of the villages. We cannot look at villages in isolation anymore. Villages are marked by mobility. I will come back to this in a minute. Just to summarize, there are some key trends we can observe in rural Indonesia. One is the increasing I hope it's visible for you. You can also move the images down to the screen, what is suitable for you. Increasing migration and mobility is everywhere, very visible. At the same time, in most places, especially the places where I did research with my colleagues, rural populations are actually quite stable. There's not a decline in populations yet in many rural areas, especially in Java, but also in our other islands. We see in Java an average rise of household incomes. We see, on the one hand, processes of intensification of rice, but also extensification of agriculture. We see declining levels of poverty almost everywhere. I go into detail more in a minute. But at the same time, we see patterns of persisting poverty. Poverty is not gone, it's not yet away. And this is combined with rising inequality. We see processes of de-agrarianization, so agriculture becoming less important or sometimes even completely disappearing in rural areas. We see also a decline in mutual help, informal social welfare, social security, in Javanese, for instance, Sambatan, which is under pressure, while at the same time we see higher levels of collections, money-based collections, if somebody's in hospital, for instance. We see as a general trend, and you can see it in this picture also, a feminization of agriculture, more women being active in agriculture. We see a general aging of farmers. And of course, very important also for this conference is the rise of social protection programs, which is, for instance, PKH. I studied myself with my colleagues, which is a very important program in rural Indonesia. What does it do, and will it be helpful? And is it also, it is turned out to be very important during COVID times. What will it do also in the future? So this is a couple of trends. Let me now go further to our presentation. What we did in our research project with Pandai Mata Kutanegara, but also with John McCarthy and Andrew McWilliam and others, we tried to make sense of rural transformation. What are actually the drivers of agrarian change in Indonesia? What is driving vulnerability, insecurity, poverty? And what are the agrarian change scenarios which define the livelihood trajectories for people in different contexts? And what is the role of migration in all this? And that's where the paper was about in the case study of Sriharjo. We did, I do this very quickly. We used on 8 locations in Indonesia, we used a stages of progress methodology, SOP. We did a comparative survey in all locations. We did a food security survey. We used ethnographic methods, qualitative research, contextual analysis, and scenario analysis. And our book will be coming out early next year. What are scenarios of agrarian change? We try to understand how rural areas are changing, and we also believe they are not changing everywhere in the same way. We're trying to look for a concept which we can use to understand changes in Sumatra, in palm oil, in Kalimantan, or in fishery coasts of Bali, or central Java, or vegetable upland Java. All rural areas, they have different dynamics and there are different change scenarios at stake. And I will discuss 2 a little bit more in detail in this presentation. We do this because we want to go beyond simplistic narratives of change, simplistic models of change. And we are also interested to understand, and that's where COVID comes in, I believe, to understand for each scenario, what are the opportunities and limitations for rural livelihoods, for households and people. How might agrarian change scenario produce different inequalities, opportunities, vulnerabilities, and probably reproduce old forms or create new forms of precarity. I hope to be able to explain this in a bit more detail later. Just a quick view of the research locations. Here they are. You see, we had in our research project a big spread of locations. Today, I will focus on Central Java because there was the the area where I did my research with colleagues from UGM. If we go into the theory quickly, you could say there are optimistic and pessimistic approaches to rural change. And let me start with the pessimist. Basically, the pessimist approaches, they look at modernization, outmigration as a cause of growing inequality, leading to income and nutritional insecurity, and people leaving agriculture without finding other secure livelihoods. Very often you find these in political economy approaches. And I think in the case of Indonesia, Tania Lee's book on Land's End, on the uplands of Sulawesi, is a very nice example of quite a recent representative of this approach. But there are also optimist approaches about agrarian change, which is more to be found in corners like the World Bank, but also I believe Jonathan Rick is a representative, a geographer, often working on Thailand, but writing a lot on Southeast Asian agricultural changes. And they are much more optimist, and they think that the structural transformation in rural areas offer new possibilities and will lead to economic growth. They often rooted in neoclassical economy. Just to summarize the argument of Tania Lee, the pessimist views is rural change under global capitalism is seen as a commodification of food and crops, accumulation. This leads to dispossession of a lot of people losing land, people losing access to resources. This leads to agrarian differentiation, which is basically inequality, and the creation of the rural underclass. So key in this understanding is that poverty is caused by capitalism and relations of production and exclusion of parts of the population. So rural change in this perspective should be understood as a negative pro-social process in a context of market development. The optimist view is that economic growth will happen. At the same time, there will be processes that wages in agriculture are low. People will be mobile, so they move out to find work. There will be diversification. People get new jobs, new income opportunities. There will start a labor shortage in agriculture, and this will be the trigger for innovation. Agriculture will become more modern, and people who stay in agriculture will earn more money, but lots of people will have to leave rural areas or to find work somewhere else. So here, poverty is seen as people who stay in as emerging among people who stay in agriculture, who have been unable to make it to larger enterprises. And they will be faced by stagnating income. So the key question, of course, is, here is the answer of the World Bank in this deadlock. What should happen is that there are 4 possible trajectories for rural areas. And this is, although this is a study of 2008, we believe it's still very influential, this model. Agriculture people should engage in commercial farming. Farmers should become more market-oriented. Otherwise, they should engage in wage labor, or they can start businesses, become self-employed. And for many people in rural areas, they actually should migrate out. So there's not so much hope outside agriculture. What is the implicit message here? The poor are those who cannot adapt and stay in old agriculture. Okay, of course, these two, of course, people, because I'm dominant ways of thinking, but often in policy, ideas look like this. You know, they are simplified. So what I want to show now is what happens in practice, and do we need something else? And I can tell you already that our answer to moving beyond these simple models is to look much more in detail for each agrarian system, what is the change scenario and what does it do with people? And this might not be uniform for the whole country. It might be quite different in Sulawesi than in Bali, than in Java or Sumatra or Kalimantan. So what we found in all these studies is that in the last 30 years, there is indeed a very strong movement out of poverty. At least 30% moved out of poverty, depends a bit on which area we looked at. And so this is going very well, but the mechanisms and processes, how people move out of poverty, they are different in each location, slightly. And very often this progress is quite thin or insecure. Sometimes people are integrated even at first. Even at first terms in the market. I'll come back to this later. The second main finding is many people in rural areas, if we compare all the cases, state poor, 52% of rural people are still can be called poor and actually reduced on a large scale. So is this agrarian transition taking place in Indonesia? And what is the effect for people? Another graph quickly to show, and although I'm an anthropologist, I also love figures and graphs, and hopefully it's also a language you might be able to understand. Very quickly, what you see here is Bantul, which is the area where I focus on in a minute. Not so high poverty rate, 15%. Still 20% of all the incomes are based on agriculture, which means already 80% of all rural incomes are from elsewhere. But what is actually a bit striking is the purple dotted graph, which is stunting, which means suboptimal growth of children. And actually almost 30% of the infants in this area, they are stunted, which is often an indicator of food insecurity. So we were interested in this project to find out, hey, how do these scenarios of agrarian change and the nice figures we see in the media and see in reports, what actually happens to families? How is it possible that 1/3 of the infants is almost 1/3 is stunted? Now, I would like to go to take you into two case studies, Chomal in Malang, which I did a couple of years ago, and Sri Harjo, where I'm working with Mas Made Kutanegara on understanding agrarian change. Both areas have been studied since decades. So we are drawing on long-term data here. Not always done by ourselves, but also by our previous colleagues. I cannot go into details. We see a certain trend, and it's reflected in this area, which is the trend that the sources of income from agriculture in Southeast Asia, but also in Central Java, are on the decline, very clearly. Only 20% of total rural incomes are now from farming in both areas. We also, and this I will do very quickly, we see a couple of other trends. We see a decline of traditional bases of power in rural areas. Here we see the rice mill. In the 1970s, this was a key center of power. Now powers in rural areas are completely different. I'm quite sure it will be discussed in this seminar in more detail later. Also, if you look at this picture carefully, what is striking is we see women negotiating with the owner of the rice mill, even pulling this person and organizing things. This picture for me is very symbolic for this feminization of agriculture. Women are not only working as landless laborers in agriculture, but they also more and more engaged as businessmen, because men are away. Men work elsewhere in these areas. So women take on farming and they become agricultural entrepreneurs. And that's why I thought this picture is quite striking. And there's also what we see in rural areas, the rise of new lifestyles, new desires, new food habits. An important trend is the return migration. If men, and sometimes to a lesser extent women, if they have worked in the cities after a certain age, they can no longer take part in the global labor industry, SPKI, or in work in cities, and they return to the village and they start farming again. And when they get older, they get less productive. And what we see here at the back is lots of farmers start to engage in planting trees, which is more extensive, but also, and it demands less work, less labor, but it's still able to yield nice harvest. And these farmers are actually sharecropping land of a big landowner who planted these sengon trees. And they are, I think they're planting cassava or lombok here as a kind of a small cash crop in between. So these pension farming, I think, is an important trend. If people are finished with working in the cities, they come home to the village and start to engage in farming again. Another trend is, again, female labor in agriculture. Here you see women harvesting, also taking the harvest deal. Here we see women working in agriculture, fertilizing in this case in Sriharjo, and a bit of weeding, I think. We see this trend of people planting trees in rural areas. This is a Sriharjo area. On the one hand, you see high intensive, high value trees such as teak, jati. In other places, you see a lot of marginal lands actually being reforested these days because there's no labor available anymore in rural areas. And the landowners of the past, they decide to plant trees because it offers much more money in the long run. It's a kind of tabungan, a kind of a saving. And at the same time, it demands less labor, less hassle. But in the past, these marginal lands, they were often sharecropped by poor people. So no poor people getting access to these lands anymore, which is not a trend. The agrarian change scenario, just to summarize, Chomal, here actually on this picture, you see this is all women, dozens of women. They are harvesting shallots on a plot of land which is leased by an urban entrepreneur who's leasing land for high intensity agriculture. And I thought this picture was striking because if you count the number of women, it's endless. There's so much labor available in villages, and often women are looking for wage opportunities to supplement incomes. And where are the men? The men are often working in this case in Chomal, in Jakarta, in Pekalongan, in Surabaya, or sometimes abroad. So we see high levels of circular migration in many areas in rural Java. We see a diversification in incomes, both urban-based and locally based. We see, on the one hand, an intensification of agriculture, but at the same time, we see extensification of marginal lands. We see aging farmers, and actually not a lot of accumulation in agriculture by local people, just trying to use agriculture to survive. And last but not least, feminization of agriculture. This one I skipped for time reasons. It's more details and figures. If we look at Sriharjo village, there's also migration, but it's different. It's daily, often. So people still can keep cattle. Here you see a couple of cattle sheds in the village where there are cows. People can give some food to the cows, or the wives do it, and they do it themselves in the afternoon. They can collect some fodder, but they also work in the city, in construction, sometimes as security guards, as cleaner, all kinds of odd jobs. Sometimes they go away longer in the dry season, for instance, and they travel to Jakarta and Surabaya in groups of people. They work there for a couple of months. And as a result, we see quite higher incomes in this village, which used to be very poor in the past. But these incomes are not so stable. They kind of are a new form of precarity. Also, people work now as GoFood, kinds of deliverers. They get higher wages, but these wages are not very secure. And if people fall ill, or if there's an accident or whatever, they need to fall back on their subsistence economy in the village, which means these labor forms are very precarious, not yet so stable. Also, people engage in harvest, in agriculture, in other areas. So we see also rural, migration. And of course, the motorbike is crucial. And we can speak of a motorbike revolution in rural Indonesia, which makes this mobility possible. Just to go a bit more into detail in our analysis, we see that 25% of the people in Sri Harjo are still poor, but 65%, which is amazing, got out of poverty, although precarious, my argument. And 2 fell back into poverty, so that's also possible, 2% in this case, and 8% was rich and still rich. If you look at food security in this area, you see that 70%, the percentages don't add up exactly because there was some, we had to round them off, but 18% of all the people in Sri Harjo still are food insecure. And this also probably explains this high level of stunting. Then what is social protection doing? If you look at PKH, which we studied in detail in the village, in our survey, you see that 11% of the poor, almost all of the poor get PKH, but still there's a substantial percentage which is excluded from this PKH. The non-poor, actually quite some people also receive PKH, and this leads to a lot of social problems and social disturbance in the village. This targeting of these programs are not so good, but at the same time, this PKH is a great help for poor people. It's a very good program against livelihood shocks and some help in basic income. This is a summary, but I'm looking at the time. Maybe I will quickly skip it. It's kind of repetition of previous trends I mentioned already. The question is, of course, what is going on in these two areas? Can we speak of the optimist scenario or the pessimist? And basically, we see a lot of positive developments. We see also people taking opportunities of these labor migration outside. We see this commercialization of agriculture, which is good for some people. But at the same time, we see also processes at stake of the pessimist scenario. There are people excluded from agriculture. There are people having difficulties making ends meet. There's actually a lack of accumulation. And there's a lot of precarity in labor still going on. So actually, neither the optimist or the pessimist is completely true. We need a more nuanced understanding of agrarian change processes. And that's why I want to argue for this agrarian change scenario, which can be quite regionally different. So we need to have a much more regional contextual approach in understanding agrarian change processes. Chomal is quite different because people work in Jakarta. That means they are away for longer periods of the year. So women are much more involved also in the management of agriculture. While
5 more minutes, Professor Gerben.
Yes.
5 more minutes, please.
Yes, I will. I understand it. Thank you. And here we see in Sri Harjo, we see much more people making combinations between local agriculture and daily work in cities, because cities and jobs in Yogyakarta, Bantul to a certain extent are much more nearby, Sleman, etc. At the same time, it also helps us to explain why people want to stay in the village, or people have to stay in the village. There's no opportunity to get really a stable permanent job in the cities often. Now I want to quickly look at the agrarian basis of insecurity. If you look at scenarios, you can look at the prediction system, you can look at the kind of crop, you need to look at land ownership, returns of labor, control over land, and also ecological risks. I cannot discuss it now, but things change. At the same time, we also need to look at COVID. How will COVID interfere with these agrarian changes? What will be the effect? At the moment, there's not so much to be seen in some rural areas like in Sri Harjo, because on the one hand, rural tourism is booming. So there's lots of new money coming into the village. And actually the jobs, these small jobs in Yogyakarta, in Bantul, in Sleman, they're still doing quite well. They are not going down, but in other areas in Indonesia, but I don't have the latest information, actually COVID might in a negative way interact with agrarian change scenarios. And we need to find this out, I believe. Just to summarize, differentiation leads to higher incomes, but precarious labor relations remain. Jobs in the city remain to be insecure. We still see high levels of stunting, which is an indication of still high levels of poverty and insecurity, food insecurity in rural areas. So we need to identify who are these. Some people are doing well, others are not doing well. So definitely we cannot think in simple agrarian change models. We need more detailed, and of course, the trends I have discussed. Now I go to what are the ways forward? And this is, I come in a minute to my last slide. And I would like to think with you in the discussion, how could we, from a policy perspective, deal with these growing inequalities in rural areas? And I made a few proposals, but please think along with me along the box, and especially think for yourself, because I'm a foreigner and you are a citizen of Indonesia. How could actually policymakers deal with these challenges? So I mentioned a few. This is my last slide. People will stay in rural areas, and actually government support like PKH will help them to stay in rural areas. And they have good reasons for it, because it's cheap, it's safe, it's a place of, it's more people often call there better values. It's a really nice place to raise your family. There's still some social welfare, social security, neighbors know each other, they care for each other to a certain extent, etc. But this issue that people will stay in rural areas and not like the World Bank scenario or the Jonathan Rick scenario that all people will migrate to the city, this needs proper attention. Especially also, how can rural people be represented in urban centers and national centers? So this is a political issue of representation, how to have attention for the interests and ideas of rural people. Because inequalities between urban and rural areas are growing, but also inequalities in rural areas are growing. And it's not only economic inequalities, but also inequalities of a social, cultural, political, and maybe even religious nature. How will these inequalities be addressed in the future? Indonesia is a very stable country, but will it remain stable if a lot of ressentiments in rural area will be addressed? Or are rural areas becoming areas of political mobilization and frustration and radicalization? Because dissatisfaction is growing, although the government is doing a good job with the social policies. So this has a potential political danger. Government social protection programs are a good help, and it's amazing what Indonesia has achieved in the last 2 decades. But these programs like PKH, they cannot replace investment in rural production. They keep people alive, they keep people able to consume food, but they don't make money.
1 minute, Professor.
Yeah.
1 minute,
Shall I
please.
stop?
Yes, actually your time is up already.
Yeah. Now and then we see, the last point is the labor rights, I think are important. And I think out of the scenario analysis, we need a contextual bottom-up approach. Thank you for your time. Sorry, I was maybe a bit fast and a bit long.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gerben. I think it's really interesting presentation. I really enjoyed, especially I have the chance to read your paper as well. And in the early part of your presentation, you mentioned about how you describe rural transformation and change, and I listed about 11 factors, right? So it's kind of if we kind of categorize it or clustering it, it's really a mixed picture of the condition of rural change, right? So from these 11 factors, I mean, I can say that there are 5 negative factors, but again, there's also factors which do have like multiple phases of it. Like when you mention about feminization of agriculture, I think there's two sides of it. With the first, okay, we can say that that's positive because women become entrepreneurs if she is a wealthy landowner. But contrary, if she doesn't have any land, then she would just be working in some others people's land, and also there's more burden to her workload, and also it's kind of exacerbate the gender inequality where she have to work more hours and so forth. And also it's also quite sad to know that when you mention about declining mutual help, I mean, Javanese people is usually so strong in this conception of norms of, we call it mangan ramangan kumpul, eating or not, we do gather together. But when you mention that it's declining, so it's something sad, because then it's like a erosion of social capital among the villagers. So there's more to a bleak picture. That's why it does make sense when you mention that theoretically there's no position to kind of describe agrarian change, because we cannot claim that such village has progressed or even decline in terms of their transformation. So it's really interesting. Actually, I have a few questions, but let me prioritize the question from the audience.
Yeah, but I agree with your summary of this lecture. We are seeing, that's why it's so hard to make sense of agrarian change. They're both positive and negative developments at the same time, and they're different for different people. And what we need is a kind of an analytical framework which is moving beyond just statistics, and also moving beyond simple models of agrarian change. We need something more advanced, or more, I believe, more contextual. And then we can kind of balance who are actually suffering. And I have no time to do it now in this presentation, but who is actually doing well and why, and who's suffering and who needs social protection. And I think there's a world to win in this field from a social policy and citizenship participation perspective.
Yeah, and also maybe one other more thing which intrigued me, Professor Gerben, is about government intervention. I mean, you mentioned about the PKH, and you mentioned about, but actually PKH and those kind of things is just for survival, social assistance for survival. But remember, there are lots of policies. For example, Dana Desa. What do the people do with Dana Desa? So forth. Does it help to increase their agriculture production? Okay, let me invite Bu Umi. Would you like to speak on yourself to ask this question to Professor Gerben? You can unmute your mic.
Okay, thank you, Professor Gerben. My concern is because here I live in Pekanbaru or in Rio province is quite long, like 32 years. It's quite long, and I did like several researches in the palm oil plantation, and I observed that now there's like a very number of like people working for agriculture, and then they try like to convert, such as like in the beginning they have agriculture activities for like palm or rubber, but since then the price of like palm oil industry is really like booming, then they want like to convert their agriculture to the palm oil. So that there is like an issue of precariat worker for the palm oil plantation, and also now there is like working as a farmer is like not prestigious anymore in terms of like status and also the money. So my question is like, what is like the best policies we should have on the government have like to solve that kind of like issues or problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Umi. You raise a very difficult question. And of course, this is a question which should be sent back to the audience also. But what I believe should be a potential good policy direction is, first you need to know who are suffering, who are precarious because of this palm oil agrarian change scenario. And then once you identified who are the people in most difficult positions, you need to understand why. What are the mechanisms behind it? And this means we need policies which are much more tailor-made. The policies in your area might be quite different than in Central Java. And that's one of my arguments. I think we need more tailor-made policies. PKH does help, but you know, I heard from friends in Kalimantan, the PKH money is so small in these areas, it doesn't help enough because the money is too little. It doesn't make sense to collect it, you know? So you need something different for people in those areas. So the challenge of my lecture is actually to think yourself for the area where you are working. What is the best policy in your area? And maybe that's the way to move forward in Indonesia, to make policies a bit more flexible. And the Dana Desa might work in some areas quite well, but in others not so good. So I cannot give you the final answer, and I should not.
Okay, thank you anyway.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bumi. I was just announced by the committee that we should end this discussion by 3:55. So we still have about 7 minutes for the discussion. Is there any other question from the participant? Remember the giveaway.
You can also ask in Indonesian.
Yes.
I might be able to understand it.
Okay, well, while waiting for some question, maybe it's, if it's okay, can I ask another question to you, Professor Gerben? Well, even though you do not have a kind of a clear picture yet how this pandemic struck the agricultural or rural lives, I mean, right? Because you mentioned in your paper that, okay, most likely it create a massive fallback to the newly employed people who normally works in the urban centers, and then it would just crowd the rural areas, and it's something unfortunate because probably they do not have the skills to be a farmers, and the other thing is there's just not enough thing to do it at the village area, because just a comparison, what I identified in Bali, I mean, which has been hardly hit by this pandemic, to the tourism sector. So what people did on that is they returned to the agriculture sector, knowing that religiosity, practices of religiosity increase, and in Bali, the rituals needs a lot of agricultural product. So in that sense, it's like opening a new opportunity for the people there to work again, even though there's a shift in sectors, right? Because of it's and what people say that we're not starving at all, we survive. And of course, there's also some norms from the adat or from the agama which kind of help them to survive. But my question is because in most discourse on agriculture development, people say that the agriculture sector has a significant role in making economic growth and not experience a contraction during the pandemic. It's different with the other sector, which is collapsing, but not the agriculture sector. So from your opinion, Professor Gerben, is this a generalization of a statement, or is it true, or is it case study, or what is it? I mean, why people can say something like this?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you for your questions and your remarks. And indeed, I completely agree with you that in some cases, some areas, things are going differently than in others. And but we need to realize that I was also doing research during Chrismon. I was a young researcher. And what we saw during Chrismon is that everybody, lots of these rural laborers, they lost jobs in the cities, and factories were closing, and they returned to the villages. But then after a couple of weeks waiting in the villages, there was no access to agriculture. We have to remember that actually more than 2/3 of rural people or rural related people, they don't have land. And you cannot simply start growing something on the land of others because there is already competition going on. So you cannot simply, agriculture is not a system which can absorb suddenly lots of laborers. And under COVID in the beginning, of course, we saw the same processes because of the lockdowns and the closure of factories. Lots of people returned to the village, but luckily, still, and also I think because of the government programs in Indonesia, still economy goes on, like at least moving sidewards, maybe not growing so much. But and then of course in Bali, which is a sector very much tourist dependent, that's almost a complete collapse. But if you look into detail, I don't know the details completely, but I know some. In Bali, lots of people are really suffering and they stay alive. They have food, but there's not much more. And yes, I agree with you in most, and this is a global trend, even in the Netherlands, in Europe, agriculture has been thriving during COVID because people have to eat, and these agriculture also turned to be vital. And maybe this is also an answer to Ibu Umi, that the status of agriculture is very low, but a pandemic such as the COVID crisis has taught us that agriculture is essential because it's about eating, it's about making a living. And I think you're right that agricultural incomes are good, but we have to realize that inequalities in rural areas are great, and not everybody is benefiting from this boom in agriculture. It's the landowners and usually the people who are established workers. And of course, people with access to agriculture, they're fine from a certain food security perspective, but we have to look at those people who are not benefiting. Why and what could be done for them?
Okay, thank you, Professor Gerben. I'm not going to conclude, but I think I support your plan to do a further research on this issue, because I think there's not going to be a single policy to solve this complexity of rural development. And other things is which was also touched in the previous session is the role of technology. How can this technology help in kind of promoting or enhancing the livelihood of rural people? And also, what about the youth? What about the millennials? I mean, can we kind of benefit or maximize their potential to support this entrepreneurship, for example, by using technology, for example? And also, I think the last point for this is not to see rural urban as a distinct spatial entity, but as a continuum. So both policy must touch on those two areas. So I think, well, that's my my suggestion and my brief kind of analysis of the situation. But anyway, thank you, Professor Gerben, for your time, and I look forward to reading the chapter that will be a book, right? It will be published in a book, and thank you once again. And also, I would like to choose the question from, because there's only one question from Bu Umi as the best question of the session. Thanks. Thanks again, Professor Gerben. Have a nice afternoon there. Selamat sore.
Terima kasih banyak. Selamat malam. No, sore, masih di
Sore
Malang.
is here, yes. Still.
Terima kasih banyak. It was an honor. It was an honor to me, and thank you for your nice comments and questions. Maybe we can stay in contact later.
Sure. Much.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
Saya kembalikan ke MC-nya.
Thank you so much, Professor Nutbom and Mr. Fidian Dika, for a very interesting discussion. And after this, we are going to have one parallel session, and we will divide this parallel session into 3 breakout rooms in which participants will present their paper. For the participant, we remind you to change your name with the format panel number, space, full name as the committee writes on the chat column. And please follow the instruction. If you have any question or difficulties, do not hesitate to ask the help desk in the main room. First, we want to introduce the panel of this parallel session. Panel 1 with the theme, the economic well-being. and Community Empowerment in Times of Pandemic will be moderated by Ms. Dian Tamitiadini SICOM MSI. Panel 2 with theme Politics of Identity and Secretarianism will be moderated by Mrs. Irza Hurun in SIPMA. And panel 3 with the theme People with Disability and Social Protection will be moderated by Mrs. Ani Fatwa Hawa, PhD. Thank you, and please join your panel room by clicking on join button. For participants who want to spectate the presentation, you are allowed to join the panel you are concerned about by clicking on join button. Again, if you have any question or difficulties, do not hesitate to ask the help desk in the main room. Okay, for all participants, again, I want to remind you to participants who will present it their paper to change your name into format panel number space full name. And if you are participants who wants to spectate the presentation and you are not attend to any panel, you can join any panel you want by clicking on join button. Sekali lagi saya ingatkan kepada para peserta yang akan melakukan presentasi untuk segera mengganti namanya menjadi format nomor panel spasi nama lengkap untuk panitia mengundang Anda ke dalam panel room. Dan kepada para peserta yang tidak memasuki panel, Anda bisa memasuki panel mana saja yang Anda inginkan dengan cara klik join button. Okay, thank you so much for all the participants for your astonishing presentation in our first parallel session today. And moving right along, let's continue with our event. The second symposium will be delivered by Dr. Randa Nazrina Zuriani, MA PhD, from Universitas Udayana as representative of Asosiasi Program Studi Sosiologi Indonesia. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Iwan Nurhadi, MSI, from Universitas Brawijaya. To Dr. Randa Nazrina Zuriani, MA PhD, and Mr. Iwan Nurhadi, MSI, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, MC. Good evening, everyone. The honorable speaker, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced by MC, my name is Iwan Nurhadi from Brawijaya University. It is my pleasure to welcome you here this evening and moderate for this 60-minute symposium session. I would like to thank for joining us today for the special presentation on gender justice to the minorities, an issue that is become more and more critical every day, I think. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. First of all, today's session is being recorded to be available for viewing post-conference. And then if you have any question for the presenter, please use the chat feature in this Zoom webinar. You can also raise your question directly after the presentation ends. And then please mute your microphone during the presentation. The presenter will be deliver the speech in 30 minutes and 30 minutes for Q&A session. And I would like to give you a reminder for the Ines, the last 10 minutes before the presentation session end. Now, let's please welcome our speaker, Bu Nazrina. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ibu Nazrina Zuriani, PhD. She is a senior lecturer from Udayana University, and she has been positioned as Vice Dean for Student Affairs and Information from 2017 and until 2021. At Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Udayana University. She earned Master of Arts from the Australian National University and Newcastle University for her PhD. She published some articles concerning gender, one of which are gender dualism as degendering cosmic multicultural tolerance of wargas, community securities practices in North Bali in 2021. And then perspektif maskulinitas tentang Bundo Kanduang sebagai bentuk marginalisasi kaum laki-laki Minangkabau di Sumatera Barat 2019. Without further ado, Bu Ines, the room is yours.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that this is not the last session for the conference, but this second international conference is held by APSSI, and I have to say thank you for Ibu Ida Ruwaida, who is now present in this room. And also, I would like to say thank you for the steering committee and organizing committee for letting me be a representative in this symposium from APSSI. And I am not the expert. This is my disclaimer. I'm not the expert in the public policy. However, this topic is not related to intersectionality per se, but more to the engagement of the citizens with equal rights and gender social justice. Whereas it's already been discussed, and maybe from Benedict Anderson in the 62 to the 70s, he was a witness for how in the book of Memberi Suara Pada Yang Bisu, he wrote a prologue. And he said that bencong is the term that used in the 70s. And then after Dali Sadikin, meet with the Bencong in Jakarta, with the Associasi of Bencong Jakarta, then it's becoming Wadam, Wanita Adam. And it's becoming also a conflict because if we relate Adam in the sense of scriptures, Islamic belief, is not right. So the president then start to use waria instead of Adam. So Bencong, Adam, and waria is becoming something that is evolving in the sense of this minority, and the evolution of them struck my attention. Not because of they are different in name and then different again or becoming beautiful at night. Because, they can be divided into 4 different waria or gender, or now they like to be called as transpuan. So they are the full transpuan, which is really feeling so much. And then there is a half transpuan who is only half. So it's can be in the morning and the evening different. And then there is an they call it bencong or transpuan bantat. Yeah, bantat is overcooked, but I'm not going to explain more how it's differentiate. But bencong, the 4th division is a single fighter. Now the book that I already, should I share my presentation, please? Okay. With let me explain how I'm going to. Yes, thank you. So let me explain how I am going to deliver this speech. First, I would like to introduce you with Tariska Indri Mutia Astianti Aurora. I call her TRS. Mbak Tariska is a transpuan who claim herself as a B. She called herself as B. But she said that being a woman is a more comfortable for her. Tariska is one of the appointed transpuan from Denpasar, and it's also related to the Warchan, Waria Cantik, that I call pretty transpuan, Waria Cantik, and RS with other 2 field worker appointed from the Suara Kita. Suara Kita is a media section of the LGBT. So I'm not expert in this kind of thing. It's already my disclaimer. However, I would like us to investigate more what is going on with them. And saying that TRS as my informant with other members of the Warchan or the Pretty Transpuan, I would like you all to as well see how it's delivered. First, I'm going to explain the FD. I got the statement of the RS from Facebook because we are becoming friends with the Facebook. I think we need to see how they struggle to get only the IKTP. So for them, IKTP is the entry point for them to survive. And then I would like to explain related to the publication of the book from Palgraf Macmillan that are already introduced by the moderator, Pak Iwan. How Balinese tolerance is still embracing the sexual marginality. because that's why we call our title with the gender multiculturalism. And then the tradition and nowadays are narrowly interpreted. So the attitudes is more to the repression. So they got repression, especially in Yogyakarta with the FJI, Forum Jihad Islam, who really with the pedang, yeah, with the swords, they come to the pesantren waria just to make them close the pesantren. And this kind of things is happening as well in the milder way in Bali. So that's why I said the tradition. I will explain it later. The regime, especially the Kementerian Dalam Negeri, the Internal Affairs, put them as a kaum rentan, including the gepeng, the booms, the mental ill people, and the transpuan. So the kaum rentans, who is not inclusively treated to get the KTP from Dukcapil because they are related to the kaum rentan. And moving on to the pretty transpuan or warcan, I would like you to as well know how they are internally seeking justice, and how beside pretty transpuan or waria cantik, there are other transpuan association, especially wargas in north of Bali, Singaraja, and Perwaron, Persatuan Waria Renon in the city of Denpasar, which is more high class. The warcan is more to the middle to lower class transpuan. So TRS and her colleagues transpuan are those who are grassroots activists with the politeness. So I can easily get some information from them, and they are really maybe this is a typo error. I put something that is activist with the error. I'm sorry. So I can easily get access with them. Maybe because I'm ibu-ibu, I don't know, but they don't feel that jealous, or because some people said that most of the transpuan they dislike women, but I cannot see it concerning myself. I even went to Argas in Singaraja. There is no problem. I can easily go to the office of the Wargas. So how are we as a cis woman or heteronormative people and cis men behave regarding their presence? That will be the next explanation. Then an implication and suggestion that I would like to deliver, because in Universitas Andalas gender conference last month, I already explained about exit politics come from Cornell, because Cornell in Australia was a transgender herself. And also I touched a little bit of with the heteronormativity and how we see the gender power. Okay, moving on to the tradition to the kaum rentan. This book that I already mentioned before is an explanation that Balinese community, they accept gender differentiation. It's not like bisu or 5 different genders in South Sulawesi, but they are more to the flow of the situation that we call it gender fluid. So in Bali, the priest or pemangku can perform marrying the transpuan or the homosexual. So scripture of Balinese, I'm not saying Hindu, is more to this to the fluidity of the sexual differentiation, but they don't see it as a forbidden or permission. So it's not like most of the scriptures or agama, ya, we see the straightforward between this is wrong and this is right. So the Balinese community, they see it as a fluid things. And I can see how the performance made by the wargas in north of Bali, Singaraja city, they are really welcoming these wargas because they are mingle in the communities, and they can also perform. And in the touristic area like Kuta, some of the transpuan as well as the dancer, or they perform. So the tourism make a living for them. But after the pandemic crush them, I mean make them no income, then the situation is different. So moving on to the section that we are talking about. So they in wargas community, which is more stronger in comparison with the warcan or pretty transpuan, they really wants to gain justice via or with the medium of what we call it preman, because Mami Siska, as the head of wargas in the north of Bali, is really being respected by the Bupati, by the Bulldog Buleleng Dogen as the Preman Association, by the Laskar Bali, by the Baladika. So she is really having a good position in the society. So it's different with TRS and other informan from pretty warcan, waria cantik, pretty transpuan in Ubung, in the city of Denpasar. So I'm not saying that because of Mami Siska is Balinese, purely Balinese, and this informant of mine is from Java. It's not the differentiation, but how they make a living is my point and my argumentation. So, KIPEM, Kartu Izin Penduduk Musiman, is one of the discrimination for the transpuan who is living in the north of Denpasar. While in Singaraja, in the north of Bali, there is no KIPEM anymore. But in this area, in Ubung area, where Warcan, Waria Cantik is located, they got this kind of discrimination. So they asked the money, they would like, I mean, Tariska or TRS said that most of the Warcan, Waria Cantik pay to get the protection. So this kind of discrimination is lowering during the pandemic, but when the Waria Cantik members go back to Denpasar, which is now the timing to go back, after they went back to their place, mostly in Java, now they are coming back because they can see that the tourists are welcoming again, so that maybe they can perform in the area of Kuta. So KIPEM could be another hurdle for their economic burden. So I think the discrimination is really clear in between the area where the position is more to the lower level than in the Renon area where the situation is more to the well-off. So KIPEM is really playing up by the pecalang. We call it pecalang. So this is, as you can see, Bendesa Adat Denpasar, means it's related to the pecalang. Okay, moving on to the Cornell Butler and how exit politics as the conclusion and suggestion. Maybe we still have maybe 5 minutes, Pak Adi, Pak Iwan? Yes?
Yes, Bu Ines, we still have plenty of time.
Oh, okay. Let me explain. Who are they, these three informant of mine? Before I'm coming to the theory of Cornell, where exit politics and gender justice is located. In my left side, she is the TRS. She is the most prominent figure or activist in the ring of either Renon area or in Ubung area where Warcan or Transpuan Cantik or Pretty Transpuan is located. Because why? She is working for some, not only one, but maybe 3 different LSM or NGOs. And she is also helping as a field worker to help to bring the medicine for the HIV/AIDS, ODA, orang dengan HIV/AIDS, for the HIV/AIDS transpuan. So this TRS is a prominent transpuan role, which is easy to reach, accessible, and she is more. If we see how she behaves, she is more friendly than others because she knows how to end things. So in other words, she is smart. Okay, and TRS always see opportunity or seeking opportunities from Jakarta, from Yogyakarta, from even outside Indonesia. So I can see that she is really feeling that her gender identity is making her comfortable. She is by purpose choosing as a transpuan. Although she said, as I mentioned already, that she said that I am a bisexual. Anyway, that's not my point. So my point is how she behaves as a transpuan with the Facebook that I already explaining, means that she sees clearly that the right to get the IKTP is not yet equal. So for the transpuan, it is very difficult to get the IKTP. First, maybe because there is no KK, kartu keluarga, because maybe when they become the transpuan, the family expel her or him at that time, and after the violence and coercion that they got, and then they move, they run away from the family. Mostly that's the case. Like my middle informant here, she opened up a warung because she is a good cook, yeah. And then she said to me that during her changing identity from men to women, she was the dancer of what is the name of the dancer that becoming man to male? I forgot the name. Taruban. Maybe that's the name of dance. But she was at that time in the area of Jember, was well known as the well known for the ability to dance. And at that time, she said that people in Java is not that cursing him or her to be the dancer. But when she changed her clothes and becoming women, she said that the only supporting system for her was only her family.
10 minutes left, Bu Ines.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Pak Iwan. So my other informant says that her milieu, the nuclear family of her, was accepting her as a woman instead of a man. As I mentioned already, that the 4 differentiation of bencong. Initially, I already explained. So she has chosen to be the full bencong, means a full is in the middle. So if she has to perform as a male, she could. That's what she said to me. So this middle said that no, I'm choosing a full transpuan. Okay, how about the transpuan in north of Bali before I move the Yogyakarta, the head of Pesantren Waria, who is Bunda Sinta, is a very I'm saying this with the gratitude, yeah, is a very respectable head of pesantren, which Andi already interviewed her. So I feel a big honor to be close to Bunda Sinta and also Bunda Ruli in Yogyakarta. But I'm going to explain a little bit, just 10 minutes before I go to the Cornell and Butler as an exit politics, how Wargas, as my sample in the chapter of the books published by Macmillan, it was a timing now for the public policy maker to see that those grassroots activists need more assistance, need more easy way to proceed the KTP, the e-KTP. Can you imagine if Tariska, as the well-known activist, is still have the laminated KTP, laminated bottom? Only Bunda Sinta from Yogyakarta got the e-KTP seumur. So examples like this, Cornell is right that we cannot see the gender fluidity as only a status in the social milieu. It must have and continue with the exit politics. Means the exit politics means that the whole layers of the society, including maybe the civil registration, put them as they want to be put. Like I already give maybe this not readable, but the name of chosen by Bunda Sinta is the name of male, and then she still use the gender of this kind of when she chose the pictures, she chose pictures of women with the hijab. Yeah, is it with the hijab? So sorry, it's by accident. Okay, let me explain again. No, without hijab, but he is Bunda Sinta is already hajjah. I met her for some times. She already wearing the hijab, but she chose the picture of women. And when I asked her, she chose also without hijab, the face of women. So what I would like to suggest with the exit politics that proposed by Cornell and how Butler see that gender power is related to the normativity that we are now behave as a cis woman and cis men. We understanding them. Maybe for a cis woman, I don't feel difficult to understand them, but most of the people feel difficult. I don't know why. Maybe because they want to discriminate them, or they just see this is not right from the scripture wise, or from the holy holy books statement. But when we see them as a citizen, I would like to argue that exit politics, that's Cornell as a transgender herself, is right. We have to give them the exit politics, means the ability to get the e-KTP and get the KK, proper KK. They And then from there, they can get the Bansos and even BPJS. So before I conclude, and my suggestion is already being clear that the Dukcapil is now getting closer to what I would like to propose. That exit politics means, as Cornel said, means that let them choose what they are going to put in the eKTP. It's not the right for us to say that, oh, jadi perempuan, then choose gender. If they would like to put their gender is women, then let them choose. So sometimes the clerical really are the staff of Dukcapil. But from Tariska says to me as an informant, the TRS said that and then Pasar, most of the Dukcapil cleric are quite welcoming. But I don't know about the civil register officers in other part of Java, for example, or in the area of like Karangasem in Bali. So I would like to dig more on their struggle, but I would like to give the conclusion that it is better that we see gender justice as they see themselves, not from our perspective, but from their perspective, so that the right to get the citizens' identity is their right. It's not our right. And I suggest that this kind of things is not being what we call it, not discrimination, but being hijacked by the people who dislike them as orang yang berdosa, or seksualitas yang menyimpang, or someone who is making bad deeds. Fine, maybe some are doing some bad things, but most of them are like us. They are doing the right things. They are polite. They just work as we are, and the formal jobs is very difficult to enter for them. So why don't we open up more as a civil society? So that's my conclusion and suggestion, Mas Iwan. So I would like to have more insight from the audience. Maybe it's already late and a little bit tired, but I'm welcome.
Yes, thank you, Bu Ines, for use time punctually. I already have a direct message from the committee. Thank you for your impressive, robust, and excellent presentation, Bu Ines. I try to immerse some important issues here. First of all, maybe KIPM, maybe I thought it is a controlled instrument, right, Bu Ines?
Yeah,
and then,
for the pendatang, for the
yes,
immigrant.
for the people who have a demographic mobility. And also I note that mobility also impacted to express of discrimination itself. I would like to Bu Ines to clarify my notes. And you also said that there is a time references before and after pandemic, that after pandemic, the discrimination faced by trans one is more harder and harder and harder. And also you notice that there is need for assistance to have eKTP, identity document, which is it is become an exit strategy for building opportunities and so on. Before I invite maybe you can give some comment from my notes, Bu Ines.
Okay, that's a good time framing questions. Why I already mentioned that the discrimination is milder after the pandemic hit. Maybe because people think that we are struggling together to be healthy, and they know that how difficult it is for the transplant to get doctor treatment. Even to get vaccination, they really struggle because they had to go to the office of the desa in order to get the surat domisili. So from the surat domisili, they register to the puskesmas and get the vaccination. So from their point of view, maybe I can see that desa adat, because Bali wants to reach as much as a higher rate of the vaccinated people, right? In order to welcome the tourists. So for me, the milder they behave toward this transplant is the better. It's really proven by how Tariska TRS saying thank you in the Facebook, means that pandemic creates the ability to get the exit politics of the transplant. So for me, it's more revealing that the Balinese society is not that harsh to the gender minority, I must say. Maybe in comparison with in other part of Indonesia. So Balinese more milder treated the gender minority. That's what I can say from your question. Maybe it's not yet answering your question, Iwan.
Thank you, Bu Ines. I have noticed some raise hand sign, I think from Mahatma Yoga and Wida Ayu. I will give the opportunity to Mahatma, please.
Okay. Hello, Miss Ines.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Yoga. I'm not from Bali. See my name. I'm from UN Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta.
Yeah.
Miss Ines. In middle of 2013, I have accompanied Waria and gays through in NGO in Malang. If I am not mistaken, name is Igama or Iwama. Yeah. Right now, I remember I call her Mbak Merlin Sopian, his name. Now, looking at the existing social realities, we see gender issues always synonymous with marginal or minorities. I currently have a study of marginal community in UN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta and accompany my brother and sister in Pondok Pesantren Waria Al-Fatah, such as Bunda Ratri, Mbak Masturia Sa'dan, Bunda Ruli, Mami YS. For myself, in a religious understanding, what happened in a paradigm shift between men and women is so clear. Although in getting a public right, there is still a lot of discrimination, as Mother explained about bullying, intimidation. But I want to kill you, but or halal and haram. It leads to be understanding of hadiths and Quran. But what happened was always getting intimidation, but now the public can finally accept the existence of a special Pondok Pesantren Waria, such as Al-Fatah. What you say about masculinity, sexuality, and gender selection is very interesting. Is there anything that can be show to us or each other how to public should behave? Because maybe most people see gender transformation is a taboo, especially now that the defects so that they are a part of human beings who also longs for a good life. Thank you, Miss Ines.
Thank you. So
Okay, Mas Yoga, Bu Ines, I think it's clear enough the question from Mas Yoga.
Yeah.
Yes. please.
Yes, I think there is someone who's written the text. Civil. I cannot read it properly. So I have to answer it, Mas Iwan, yeah. One by one, or can we just? Mahatma Yoga. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What you said about the treatment or even your experience in Malang is really interesting. I mean, the way that you not behave, but the way your perceptions deliver toward the pesantren waria, or even toward the persona in each of the association from Malang or from Yogyakarta can be a model toward other people, because that how we should behave, because we cannot judge or even bully them with their present, because as I mentioned already, there are 4 types, yeah. And then when they have chosen this type of being transpuan, we have to accept, because we are not in their shoes. They are the one who is feeling uncertainty of man or woman. So I hope that the people like you are increasing in numbers, and they would see that the nolak or taboo or what else, that haram and halal as a personal things. You can feel whatever you like about them, but don't judge. And then give them opportunity to work in public, to get the IKTP, at least IKTP, and then get the bansos, get the BPJS for them. And after that, they may in Jakarta there are some waria who already hold doctorate degree. So they are not stupid, they are really smart. But the way that we treat them as if it is they are stupid, they are not. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ines. I think it is clear enough. We still have 3 questions ahead. I welcome Wida. Please, Wida. Still mute your microphone. All right.
Yeah. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, Bu Nazrina. I don't raise a question, but I would like to share my perspective about what you have presented last few minutes. So actually, there is a widespread agreement that transgender people have the right to live their lives without fear and denigration, abuse, or worse. So there is also a widespread acknowledgement that sex-specific, services and women-only spaces are an important principle of, service provision worth defending, and one currently under threat. So those who want to cast aspiration and engage in, toxic insult will no doubt continue to do so. And the shouters and the cancelers will continue to shout and attempted to cancel for sure. For the rest of us, the shift in, what is it supposed to be, substance and tones of Ibu Ines' argumentation, and what activists currently catch, it offers, an opportunity to develop reason, evidence, and emotionally literate policy and practices. So yeah, in an a sensitive and challenging area like this transgender issue, and how they have sought to respond towards this oppressive situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Wida. Let's move on to Astrida, please, Astrida. Or before the question will be delivered by Astrida, maybe Bu Ines will be respond to what Wida shared.
Well, Mbak Wida, Ayu perception is really totally I am totally agree with her, and I think the more number of people are like Bu Wida and also Mas Yoga, the more better the life of those transpuan, because they are like our sister. So we cannot say that they are, I mean, they are not existent. So we have to accept them. So that's what I provoke as an exit politics. Again, how Bu Wida is explaining is really good. So I am totally agree. We can continue with the question from.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ines.
Astrida.
Astrida, yes, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Oh.
Little bit bunching with your voice.
Okay. We are actually sitting next to each other. Yeah, thank you, Bu Wida. So my question is related to more of a broader range of scope of this problem, because I recently conducted a research regarding gender-based violence and how actually it is less advocated than I expected it to be before I delved deeper into this field of gender studies. So I believe that even for cis women, they're already facing many troubles, difficulties regarding their livelihood, let alone trans women. I'm sure that their situation must be more difficult. So according to Bu Ines, what do you think must be the strategy? Could probably we formulate a certain probably network or something between different grassroots organizations and policymakers based on a nation level and also on local level, so that we could address this problem together, because I believe that humanitarian changes is necessary in order to establish a civil society. I think that is all. Pak Iwan, thank you for allowing me to ask a question, because I've also read the material before when I contacted Bu Ines, so I've been really curious since then, and I thank you for providing me with the opportunity to ask her directly in the session. Thank you very much.
A little bit unclear, Astrida, with your question because of some technical difficulties. Could you please deliver it in more concise?
Yes, basically my question is about how could we provide better advocacy for trans women, because I believe this is affecting their lives much more, even I think more difficult than cis women. Cis women are already facing many discriminations and probably stereotyping and labeling. But for trans women, I'm sure it must be more difficult, because their livelihoods are tied to their difficulties of obtaining even simple welfare, social welfare, and probably even ID cards. It's very difficult for them. So I imagine that the level of difficulties must be like tenfold of those faced by cis women. So basically, what is the strategy that must be implemented by the policymakers and then grassroots activists and organizations? How could we probably promote better understanding and also humanitarian approach to trans women? Basically, that's all, Pak Iwan. Thank you very much, Ines and Pak Iwan. And I'm sorry if my question is probably a long and winding road.
No, it is clear enough, clear and concise. Yes, please, Ines.
Oh, well, all the answer already being mentioned by Mbak Asrida, because he said about the strategy, better advocacy, networking, promoting, and even the policy maker have to be included. So I think humanitarian changes that Mbak Asrida mentioned is related to us as well. So it's not only how we propose, because I remember Bunda Ruli, maybe Yoga can also give some insight. Bunda Ruli already met the Minister of Social Welfare, Ibu Khofifah, and Ibu Khofifah is the only minister who provide the e-KTP. But when it's come to the grassroots clerical Dukcapil, again, it is not working well. So I think it's of the professionalism in the Dukcapil or pencatatan civil registration has to get more training and more to get the gender awareness skill so they can be more professional. I think that's the entry point from me. I totally agree with Bu Astrida about anything is networking, anything is related to advocacy and strategy. Thank you, Pak Iwan.
Thank you, Bu Ines. I have noticed a pop-up question from Mbak Ida, I think, in the chat room. Thank you, Bu Ines, for insightful presentation. My comment is related to your conclusion that civil society should support transpuan struggle for having e-KTP as a part of their political right. But as we understand, civil society itself is plural. There is a value conflict of it. How can we deal on it? And also there is appreciation from Yoga. That's why I call him, her, my brother and sister, Miss Ines. Thank you for your response and your support with she/he. Yes, please, Bu Ines, maybe you can respond to Mbak Ida question here as the last question of our symposium session.
Thank you, Ibu Ida. Mbak Ida Ruwaida, who is my sister, I can call her anytime and feel free to discuss things. Yes, the society that we have is plural in the sense of they can give comments. However, as the right to get the basic identity, I think the society have to agree, but it's my personal opinion. And if it is conflicting for them, the bridge is more to the professionalism of the Dukcapil, I think, for the e-KTP. And then also the professionalism of the people in the public public domain, such as the officers. So even I'm not saying it's like in Thailand, because this is Asia, yeah, engaging Asia. Who is in Thailand is more, it is related to the trend. So if the mother see it's becoming transpuan, they even inject the hormonal treatment, because for them it's a money. So this transpuan is the money. But in Indonesia, it's not that. I think the transpuan themselves are suffering. And if we make them even suffering more and make it a conflict, that we don't give them the right to live in harmony with us. So if it is conflictual for the or heteronormative people, that's why we need to accept the conflict situation without being undermined their right or the gender social justice that they have to get. So I think we can discuss it in personal, Ibu Ida. But I accept if people are not agreeing with what I'm saying. At least what I'm saying is related to how, at least in Australia, with the Cornell exit politic that we already put in a is a way. So now Dukcapil is underway to do the right things, but we need to support this kind of things because we are like a sister to them. That's what I can explain, Pak Iwan.
Thank you, Bu Ines. Such a robust and excellent response to the question. Thank you very much. I also thank Baida, Astrida, Wida, and Yoga to hit up this today symposium discussion. from our discussion today. I try to immerse a lot of issues actually, but one thing for sure, I have some insight that acknowledgement to service public provision is important for the transpuan. And then I remember one sentence from Pram, adil sejak dari pikiran. I think that's what we become a spirit to us to give them, what is it? Yeah, exactly. That's what I try to say, Buenas. Thank you very much. It is honor for me to be a moderator and then to learn a lot of things from Bu Ines and other participants. And I will return the room to MC. Thank you, Bu Ines.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nazrina Suryani, MA PhD, and Mr. Iwan Nurhadi, MSc, for the thoughtful discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are already in the last session of today's conference. So we would like to extend our gratitude to all the honorable invited guests, participants, and committees of the second APSSI International Conference 2021, which is organized by Asosiasi Program Studi Sosiologi Indonesia, Department of Sociology, Universitas Brawijaya, National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, and Department of Sociology, Universitas Sumatera Utara. There will be a lot more exciting symposiums, discussions, and ideas tomorrow on day 2 of the second APSSI International Conference 2021. My name is Via Olivia, and see you tomorrow on day 2 APSSI International Conference 2021.
Thank you, Bu Ines. Thank you,